out here. Hopefully that works. Okay, Stream is live. Sick, sick, and then we'll grab our special guest. Start party. Uh, Hopefully this works. Does that work? I don't know. Will it work? Maybe. Who knows? No, it's. Come on. I don't need a second one. It's okay. Everything is okay. Everything is okay. Oh, it's connecting. It's probably broken. Oh, is that broken too? Hold on. Leave. Leave. Oh my god, it's broke. Probably leave. Leave. Start a party? Come on. I had him. Oh my god, what the hell? There he goes. Okay. Trying. Connecting to party. Having so much fun today. Technical issues. Hmm. The preamble is nothing else to see. It's just as dead apparently, and I'm having issues getting the chat up and running. It was working there for a second, and it's problem day, boys and girls. Problem day. Turn that off so I can get notifications right there. Oh no. And there goes the internet. Right at the beginning. Do 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 do. Windows key G. There we go. Something wrong. Restart. Okay, hopefully that worked. Yep. Now my chat's not working again. Having a ball over here. Uh, chat. Okay, I'm gonna try starting another chat. Didn't get an invite, but it won't let me look at the chat. I can see your chat. Let's try another party invite. Wait. Okay, I have a party. Can I get the man? Our temporary. Oh, oh! I think we getting somewhere, boys. I think it's happening. I'll have to do some on-the-fly adjustments to OBS, but that's okay. We can do that. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. Aha! We got magic. It's happening.
There we go.
Xbox chat doesn't work through the Xbox app, but it works through the Windows
That's
G.
weird.
The Windows key G menu it works.
What the fuck? That's weird.
It is weird. You'll have to let me know if he's too loud, guys. Cause I'm adjusted for someone else. And Justin's always weird. Okay, let's see. What are we? What was big topics today? Let's see. Yeah, that's no fun. That's stupid. No, the price increase in Brazil was not.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, that's a disaster.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Like,
I have a feeling it's not um 100% involved with like it's just not like oh we chose to do this. It's something else that's
sure,
making it happen. But it's still
sure,
shitty that it's happening and it needs to be rectified. They need to be
absolutely. Didn't it get overturned already? Like, didn't they take it
no,
back?
and no, they did, but it was an error.
Oh really? Wow, I didn't see that. Oh, that's
Yes,
not
people are like
good.
billing works, and then it's like oh no, it was an error. And we're like
Oh boy,
great, okay,
that's not good.
yep, yep, okay. So with just dead, I'm gonna have to do some on the fly editing.
Rest in peace, Justin.
I
Rest
don't
in
know
peace.
what he did. He was up late. Like
Yeah, I was gonna say
Alucard
he
showed
probably
up in
passed
chat
out.
like after we went to bed.
Oh,
No, this
okay.
isn't Waffle. This is Kruger. Or however you want it. How you want to pronounce? How you want me to address you in front of everyone?
Kruger's fine. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, this is Kruger. He's usually
No, I
around in
wish I
chat.
was as sexy as Waffle. Give me a break. Don't flatter me. Whoever
That
said it.
this Draco.
Oh, it's Draco. Okay. Yeah, my phone's on charge, so I can't see the
Oh, we
chat.
can't see the
But
chat. Okay, so
yeah.
I will read out comments as required.
Yes.
Oh, you want to talk about Bungie? Oh,
Oh boy.
oh boy, that's
Talk
a
about
met.
another depressing topic. Oh,
I don't think there's anything but depressing topics.
right?
But the advantage, oh, the advantage is that okay, I'm gonna open with this one because this is great. No, Xbox UK. They did the
Oh,
available today thing,
right,
and
right, right, right,
it's Mariah Carey.
right.
Outfit. It's great. We'll just open
Yes,
with that. Oh,
yes.
that's
I
funny.
saw I saw something earlier where somebody had taken a screenshot from the original Final Fantasy VII where the weapons are frozen in ice, and it said like on this day the weapons in Mariah Carey are free from their prison. I just thought that was funny.
That's so good.
Yes.
Oh, Excuse me, the air's a little dry in here today. And okay, I think it's enough pre-ramble and level messaging. Here we go. To be fair, I've only heard the first up twice. Yeah, that's fair. Waffles usually at work though, and can't come and do stuff with us, so it's what it is. I guess you
Yes.
look at okay, so he's dead, so I need to edit this picture. Or I should just get rid of it. There, he is gone now.
Okay, Justin is
And he's
dead.
gone.
Rest in peace, Justin.
Rest in peace, Justin. Maybe we'll see you
Rest in
later. Maybe we
pepperonis.
won't. Pepperonis.
That's right.
But yes, this is the Xbox PortBeggars podcast. I'm joined this week by Kruger because Justin, we don't know. He's not responding to my messages, so he's either
He's
dead or is having a narcoleptic attack.
yes, or both
It could
somehow.
be both. It could be both. Oh, I didn't turn on the lights. Failing today. I got up late because it was late. Let's go with a different color. Pink? No, we'll go for red because there you go. No. I want to live on Halloween over here a little bit. We'll go with
Yes.
this color.
Despite the fact it's November 1st, it is still Halloween in our hearts.
It's still
Despite
Halloween to
what
heart.
Waffle and his wife do on November 1st.
Yeah. Oh man, I hate it.
Yes.
You saw
I
that
can't.
post?
I can't.
Facebook was like, "Yo, you have memories from 15 years ago." I'm like, I don't even post on Facebook anymore. And I saw it, and I'm like,
Correct.
"Yup, it's still true. I hate it, and she hates it."
Yes. Yes.
Was
Absolutely.
there
I like Christmas. I don't obsess about it like
both?
some people do.
Draco's asking about the models of the PS Vita. Um, both are fine. The Vita TV is decent. I think it's PlayStation TV. It was called. They renamed it to here, but it was Vita TV in Japan. But both are fine. The one thing that sucks about the OLED one is it's a literal pain to repair.
Ugh.
If that screen breaks, you need a hot air gun and an act of God to get it out.
Basically, it's cheaper to just get a new one.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's why I haven't fixed mine. Mine has a bad digitizer on it, so
Uh,
I have the LCD, the refurb one, the
right,
refreshed one, which is much easier to repair that I actually
right.
use. But if I can ever find the front panel, because you need to basically replace the whole front panel on it if it
Yeah,
breaks. So if I can find one for a reasonable price, maybe I'll do it. But those are gonna get more and more expensive.
sure.
Uh, Anything you want to talk about while I'm trying to turn my light?
I'm not sure really how sure you guys really do this.
I
I guess I
I
can
just
talk
pick
about what
whatever.
I've been playing for
Yeah,
the
you can go
week.
with that because you've been playing stuff. I
Okay.
think you've been playing the same stuff. Well, some of the same stuff that Justin was playing. So
Yeah. So obviously, Alan Wake 2 came out this week, and well, I mean, came out in the last week, and it is absolutely amazing. I don't want to spoil anything. I'm
yeah,
like, think I'm about three-quarters of the way through now, I think.
yeah.
Um,
I've seen that it is not super long, like 11-ish hours. Was
I
what
think I'm
was
at
I was saying?
13 right now, but there again, yeah, there was
Well, I mean, like that's what I saw. Like it just showed up when I was trying to look up stuff on for
sure,
the
sure, sure.
Halloween streams.
I imagine that if you can, like, if you just ignored getting collectibles and stuff like that, and you just went through the story, you could probably beat it in 10 or less. I would think, but like I've been wandering around areas to try to make sure I'm getting all the collectibles I can get at the time. It's got a little bit of a Metroidvania thing where you get things later that help you get things in old areas. Um so I'm just kind of working through that, working through the story and getting things done, and it's been amazing. Like I know with like a new game, everybody kind of overhypes or tends to overhype, but I gotta say, so far, Alan Wake 2 was definitely worth the wait that it took to get it. While it's drastically different. gameplay wise than Control and Alan Wake 1 and even
Well,
Quantum Break.
you can't fly around in Alan
Right,
Wake,
yeah,
so
yeah, you
it's
can't
okay.
fly around. But it's like they do such a good job of not only connecting it to other series that Remedy does, but even just connecting new things with old things from Alan Wake, and it's I feel like if they announced, instead of making like an Alan Wake 3, they were going to do like a TV show or something like that, it would transition so well into
I feel like that's been the way with a lot of Remedy stuff. Is that
yeah,
it's always
absolutely.
been that's kind of what Sam
Abs-
Lake's always wanted to do.
yes,
I get
absolutely.
this impression of what he wants to do with his beloved IP.
Yes.
Um,
Like it's so good. It honestly, like, if anybody was on the fence about it, or like
I
maybe
gotta
they're just
ask.
waiting for
I've got to
yeah.
ask one question though.
Okay.
Do they have the new lamp lady, Rose? Is she the new lamp lady?
Um
And has Barry showed up?
okay, so Barry's been mentioned, but Barry has not shown up in person or like in voice yet. Now that could happen, but with a just a minor spoiler, um when you first really get to interact with Alan, um Agent Casey and Saga are interrogating him about where he's been, and they ask if he wants to contact anybody to like let them know that he's back. And he immediately shuts it down and says they'll be in danger if I get in contact with anybody, so I don't want that. So I don't know if we'll see Barry or even hear Barry, but he has been mentioned in a couple manuscripts, by name
Well,
at least.
I know that Barry was in American Nightmare, and he was mentioned briefly in Control, one of the notes.
Right.
But it's like I miss Barry because they were talking about the
I
old
do.
gods of Asgard in the notes
Yeah.
in
So
Control, because
he
Control's a great game.
did. Yes, Control's an amazing game. Oh my god, don't sleep on that either. Um, Barry, is the old god of Asgard's like agent,
Yeah,
at
even though they're
least
like
still
super old
currently.
at this point.
Right, right. So that's is you. That's about as far as I've seen them mention him, at least where I am in the story. Rose actually plays a more pivotal part, but I don't know exactly what I would call her. So like again, I'm going to try to dance around spoilers here. The first time you see her, it's when you go back to um oh my god, Bright Falls. And she's still at the diner. And I think she's voiced by a different actress this time, but she still does like a really good job. And she doesn't she looks more human. So it doesn't really, look like Rose from the Alan Wake 1 because the character models were kind of wonky. But she looks good though. Well, later in the story you see her again, and she's not a waitress anymore. She's something else, and she lets it be known that she's fully aware of what's going on in the world, and you don't know if she's crazy or if she's part of the overall story and she's supposed to be the way she is, or there's this common thing that keeps happening with Saga where people will remember her and talk about her like they've known her her whole life, and she doesn't know any of them. So
Ah,
she doesn't know if she's part of Alan's story or if they are, and if they're remembering things that actually happened, or if she's remembering reality and doesn't know them because they're part of the story. So there's this balance of, wow, I don't know who knows what. I don't know what to believe just yet. But Rose, whether she's telling the truth or not, comes off super crazy. And like, you know how much of a fangirl she was of Alan in the first one. It's like I feel like it's doubled at least in this one. In the few instances that you get to talk to her, she's very like, Alan is like my everything. He's my savior. In fact, the little cardboard cutout that she has in the first one makes an appearance in this one, which is I think is kind of funny.
That
And then
cover cutout was
she
so interesting because you could tell like it was a real thing that they like scanned into the
right,
game,
right,
and I love when Barry's
exactly.
carrying it around.
Yes, it's so good. And it's the same exact one. Like they didn't update it or anything. Like it looks exactly the same. And then
It should have been like a
Rose,
little more worn, but yeah.
right. Rose actually has like an Alan Wake shrine where
She
you
had one
see
in the
her
first
again.
game too.
She did.
It's probably more ridiculous now.
It is. And then there's some pivotal plot things that she's involved with that you don't find out until where I'm at in the game. But yes, Rose, while she's not, I think she's probably in it more than she was in the first one. She's still not in it a ton, but her presence is pretty known because she's
But is
kind of
she the
integral to
lamp lady?
to the
Is she
plot.
the new lamp lady, or is the other lamp lady back?
Um, I don't.
Because
I guess
I saw a
technically,
bit where they were showing what I assume is a safe room, and
yes,
there was a shoebox, and I know how the
right,
shoebox works, so you don't need to explain it, and we don't need to go into it.
right,
But it's
right.
some sort of like storage device for things.
Yeah,
Yes. Okay.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I guess technically, I guess you could say she is the new lamp lady, but I think it's like it's a name only because well, you know what? Maybe not. There's there's other characters that do things like, for example, the person that sets Alan on his way to get the lamp is not Rose. It's somebody else completely different. So while that person is not the lamp lady either, uh, you could argue that they are just as responsible for Alan getting the lamp as Rose is. So, but I don't want to spoil who it
That's
is.
fine. That's fine. And you don't need to tell me who the lamp lady is. I was just curious if we're getting her back because she was really funny. I always loved when she
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
just
yeah.
grilled Alan for, you don't know what
Yes.
you did, young man. It's just like
Right.
he's getting grilled
Now,
by this little old lady. It's just like I
I
kept
don't.
it safe, and because you like, see her right at the beginning of the game, and she's like, "Don't go into the dark. I told you not to go in
Right.
the dark." And she like grills him
Right.
about it. It's so funny.
Yes. Yes. Now I don't. I just played through the remaster like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks
Mhm.
ago, but I don't remember that lady's name for the life of me.
Um,
Um, and
it's
and it's been bugging me.
oh god. I'll look it up.
Like it's like on the tip of my tongue, but I just cannot think of what her name is. Um, but I don't
I don't.
believe.
There's a question that I want to ask, but I know if I
Okay.
ask it. No, no. If I know if I ask, it's gonna be massive spoilers for the first game.
Well, okay. I mean, I could try to
Dance
preface
around it.
it.
The
Yes,
diver.
exactly. Uh, they have not been mentioned yet. Um,
Okay, that's fair. Fair.
I was kind of hoping they would be, but
Barbara Jagger was
also
the
the same. They were the same voice actor as Agent Casey, so I don't know if they just like didn't want to do a dual role like that, or if they just didn't
You never
need.
saw him, and but like that's
You
the
never
thing.
saw
Like
him.
the very
Yeah.
end of Alan Wake, and the song they picked was clearly a
Right.
reference to that person's name.
Right. Right. Um. Yeah, man. I cannot for the life of me remember her name.
Was
I cannot.
Barry. Rose was the thing. Odin. Boy, yeah. Breaker was the Doc. Anderson's no. Don't tell me she doesn't have a voice credit. That's ridiculous. No one
All
cares.
right.
Oh my god, because it's not Barbara Jagger, and I'm like, I know who that is, but that's not her. Why
No, I
isn't
don't
she
think that's her.
listed? I don't have her listed at all.
Right? Yeah, it's weird. Like I know they say her name, but I can't remember what it is. But I
Cynthia
know I would.
Weaver.
No, Cynthia Weaver is the other. It's
Yeah,
like the
the lady.
evil spirit. She's like the evil entity in the first one.
No, that's Barbara. Barbara was the lady who died.
Uh, are you sure? I could have sworn Cynthia
100%.
was. Well, then
100%.
Cynthia is mentioned all the time. Then Cynthia. Well, I don't want to say all the time. Where I'm at right now, Cynthia is actually a plot point,
I'm
but
like
I haven't.
90%
I
sure
haven't.
she is the lady because she was the one that was like,
I could have sworn it was the opposite. I thought Cynthia was the
no, Barbara
evil
was the
entity.
Barbara's the
Okay, well
because it's a love
then,
triangle with unnamed
right,
diver
right, right, right,
dude, Cynthia,
right.
and Barbara.
Right. So I where I'm at in Alan Wake 2 currently, I'm actually like looking for Cynthia.
Ah,
And that's all I'll say. I haven't seen her, but
her bit was so
where I'm
good.
at, she is a prevalent plot point at the moment.
I mean, that's fair.
I don't know where that's going to lead. But actually, that last that Xbox show that we watched last week,
Hmm.
where they showed
The
you
watery.
fighting the little water demon that had the two sides. That's right about where I'm at. So it's pretty far into the game. Um,
Should Microsoft buy
but
Remedy? I mean, I think that ship has sailed, but
yeah, unfortunately, when they passed on Alan Wake 2, I think I think for sure that ship has sailed. I mean, I would love to see them partner up. They don't even have to
I
buy it.
mean,
Like if
the
Microsoft
thing
was just
is
like, "Hey, we'll
with
farm."
Remedy, I think Remedy still has a good relationship with Microsoft, in my opinion.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
I
Microsoft
think there
got
might
like
be a
all
little bit of
the
spite there for them not wanting to do Alan Wake 2 when they did. But
sure.
honestly, I think it's better that they waited on it instead of just cranking a sequel out right away.
Alan Wake 2, if it had come out when they wanted to make it, I don't think it would be the masterpiece that it's feeling like it is right now. Like I think it needed more time to cook, to create what they're doing. I think Control definitely needed to happen before Alan Wake 2 because there's so many references to Control in this, and they're not just simple little. I mean, there are little Easter eggs and stuff, but like currently in the campaign, I won't tell you why, the FBC is actually involved in the story.
Oh, the Federal
So
Bureau of
like
Control?
yeah, so
Yes.
like it's not just like a passing little like oh they exist, like they are there, they are involved in the story.
Yeah,
It's
I
like oh
wonder if it's
okay,
like they had an idea for what Alan Wake was 2 was going to be when they wanted to make it. And then after they were like, okay, we can't do this, and they did American Nightmare, which I still think is a schlep.
it is yeah, yeah yeah
And then they're like, okay, we're going to do Quantum Break. I
right
like Quantum Break, but I kind of feel like it exists in this weird vacuum where it is involved with or like takes place in one of this. I have this weird
yeah
theory with Quantum Break because the same actress they get to play. I can't remember her name right now. That woman that disappears. It's Courtney Hope is the actress's name.
okay
The one who plays Jesse Faden in Control.
right yeah yeah
Yeah,
yeah
I
yeah
think your last name's Hope. I might be wrong on there. But it's like if she didn't become if what happened in Ordinary didn't happen, this is what was going to happen to her. That's
right
Quantum Break, in my opinion. Like
right
that's just in my head how I think about it. Because Quantum Break's like this weird thing with all these weird moving parts, and like there's that whole section like when you if you look at the very beginning when you get into that classroom, and there's the whole thing
right
about a very big plot point of Alan Wake there just
right
on the chalkboard.
exactly yeah
It's like
um
they're dissecting something, and it's like, but why would that be there on the board? It doesn't make any sense.
right
How would you know
I
about it?
think I think Remedy's doing a really good job of making like their own Remedy. verse. Um, and it doesn't feel like forced or tacked on. Although I will say, uh, the Quantum Break references are very slight and like few and they're more like winks and nods rather than full on plot points
Yeah,
like
because they
Control is.
barely like they have the machine, but like I said, it
Right.
kind of fits into my like they literally like when they're fucking with time, they've created like whole new dimensions or whatever. That's my whole thing. That's what I took away from Quantum Break.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Quantum Break is a
Um,
sick game too. It's just you got to be ready to watch like literal episodes in between.
right. Yes. They do make so the actor that plays the lead in Quantum Break, I can't remember his name, um, is the new sheriff in Alan Wake 2. And they make little references. Like, well, he himself actually makes references to having dreams and visions of living different lives as different people. And then a red haired woman, um, Jesse, uh,
Oh
but
man,
he
but
doesn't
but I
really
feel
go into
like I'm like
detail
right
about
on
it.
the money. Jesus.
Right? Like it's so good. Like it's so good. Like they know exactly when to give you something and exactly when to like let you think about, oh, what could that mean? Like Remedy just is it's like while I have
Remedy
grievances
just
with
hits
Alan Wake
different.
2,
Honestly, they
they
do
do.
whatever they
They really
want
do.
and let the
But
consequences be damned.
right, but and it doesn't feel half-assed. It feels thought out. It doesn't feel like it's there for just the sake of, hey, we made other games. Wink, wink. Here they are. Like they're so Control specifically so integral to this plot that I feel like it was one of those things where we had to have planned this out at
I
the very
wonder
least
if
from when they started working
original
on the
Alan Wake
DLC of
2
Control.
was supposed to
Mhm.
lead into Control. And then like
Yeah,
Control just
honestly,
became its own thing.
it wouldn't surprise me, being that there's a whole DLC dedicated to Alan Wake in Control. Spoilers if people don't know.
It's called
Um,
AWE,
yes,
Altered World Event,
um, right.
because that's the whole
So
thing that
it definitely feels like Control started off to be Alan Wake 2, and then they liked the idea so much of what they were doing that they turned it into its own thing and then tied it into Alan Wake 2 and Alan Wake 1 anyway. Um, it's such a they did such a good job. Like the grievances I have with Alan Wake 2 are very slight and more nitpicky than
when people
anything.
keep talking about the performance on it, but I'm like, and then people be like, I don't
Like,
understand the story of this. It's like if you didn't like Control, I don't think there's any way you're gonna like if
no,
Alan Wake
no,
you could kind of like breeze through and be like, yeah, that was a
yes,
fun enough time, but you had to like
yeah,
really dig deep into what was actually happening to get what
right,
the real story, and it was like the meat and potatoes of what was really going on.
absolutely.
So
Um, Alan Wake 2 is definitely more cerebral than Alan Wake 1 was for sure, but I don't think it's quite as off the wall as Control is because Control just, it
Control
feels like
leaned
it's
into the bizarre so crazy and
exactly, exactly.
like Darling was
Um,
so good. Just there
yes,
talking about
yes,
stuff and I'm just like
yes. And there are definitely elements like Alan Wake 2 leans more into Control than it does Alan Wake 1, which is a little bit of one of the grievances I have with it. It feels more like Control's story than Alan Wake's story. Alan Wake 1's story, while it has its moments of complexity, it is still very,
basic, yeah.
basic. Exactly. Alan Wake 2, far from that. Like, though actually the way that Alan Wake 2 starts, literally starts, if you didn't play the first one, you won't know like the first 30 minutes of what the hell's even going on. Even if you did play the first one, you don't realize who you are witnessing until they tell you. And then you're like, "Oh shit. Okay. So that's that person. Wow, that's kind of crazy." Somebody I was talking to Justin about this the other day. Again, I'm not going to spoil anything, but somebody that I didn't feel was super integral to Alan Wake 1 is kind of a main plot point in Alan Wake 2. and it kind of jump starts the whole game. And it's so weird to me that they chose that, but it's so Remedy that I just forgave it instantly. Like I was like, yeah, you know what? That's pretty on brand for them, especially after Control. So I was like, you know what? I don't think anything of it. I'm gonna let the ride take me where it wants to take me. Um,
Yeah, I feel like some of the people who are bitching about it never really played Alan Wake or didn't really
absolutely
dig into it deep. And are like, this is so different. It's like it's 2 console generations later, like
right,
with much different hardware capabilities. There's
right,
probably a bunch of stuff they
exactly,
wanted to do in Alan Wake 1 but couldn't do because of technical
absolutely,
restrictions.
absolutely. And I feel like one of those very things is something that I was gushing about on Twitter the other day. So Alan Wake 2 specifically does this really awesome thing where, and the only thing I can think of movie wise that's done it, like this is the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, where I don't know if you've seen it, but
The
the
remake? No.
remake. Okay, so in the remake, the the characters start going through micro naps later in the story, which is like their brain shuts down and it has to recharge, but while they're still awake. So they kind of dream while they're awake to get little snippets of things that happens. Well, Alan Wake does this thing taken almost directly from Elm Street in the same way. There's a scene where towards the end of the movie, Nancy and Quentin go to a supermarket and he's trying to get a refill on like his pills or whatever. And she's going through micro naps. She goes into the supermarket, she's going down an aisle, and then it like her brain shuts down to start trying to recharge itself. And the real world and the dream world start flickering like together, and then it kind of transitions into the dream world seamlessly, and it looks amazing. It's the best shot in the whole movie. Alan Wake 2 does this a lot, and it's amazing. Like it's the equivalent of when people were blown away by Ratchet and Clank, like going through a portal and the game just instantly loads you into another area. It's kind of like that, but on a more cinematic, smaller scale. Like it's more for style and
That
ambiance,
seems
but
like
it's
something
like
that Remedy would want to do anyway. Like, we
right.
want to do
And
this
they
crazy
did
transitions where like
yes.
world just
Um
melts away into whatever. There's a couple of games
yeah,
that have done
like
an okay job of it, but I haven't seen it yet, so I'm not gonna.
I definitely feel like that's something that they would have wanted to do, and you could see elements of it in Control, but I feel like the technology is finally there where they could do it seamlessly, and it's not
Well,
like
controls also hampered by like last gen tech and
right. No, exactly. Yeah, yeah. They did a really good job with it, though. I love when it happens, and it doesn't happen so much that it overstays its welcome. It just kind of happens when it wants to happen. Speaking of which, there's another mechanic in Alan Wake 2 that kind of does something similar, but it's more on the lines of how old school games would have got around switching between worlds. Alan, once he gets the lamp, which is pretty early on, um, you can switch like dimensions within the dark place, and it will change
oh,
the
like
surroundings around
like the
you.
hotel,
Like,
like the motel.
yeah, exactly,
Okay,
exactly. You
okay.
just you
I
hold down
I
a
absolutely
button.
love that bit in Control, and it's just
Yes,
like it's so good.
it's so good, and you can just
Oh,
keep swapping back and forth as long as you're in the area that you're supposed to be in when you can do that. It's
yeah.
they do a really good job of it. It feels instant because of the way the hardware works. Like you don't feel like, oh, I got loaded into another level, but it's
Yeah.
trying to make me think I'm in the same one. It just does it on the fly. It's like, oh wow,
Control
this
set up a
looks
lot
really
of
sweet.
like I would argue I don't want to be like weird, right? Set up all these rules that the supernatural and
Yes,
paranormal follow, and they're all
yes.
based on like real things you'd see in like SCP. It's SCP, right? The open source. Like you make a monster and people can do whatever they want with it.
Oh right, yeah, yeah, yeah,
That's like an
yeah, yeah.
online base of like urban folklores and stuff. There's like tons of stuff you can pull from there, but you have to credit them if you use it. Blah blah
Right,
blah 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 blah. It is what it is. But
right.
it feels like
Absolutely.
that's what Control felt like it was trying to do. Is like it's trying to be like the Remedy versus whatever. and it had some of the most ridiculous um things. Like there was the
Yes.
fridge. I love
Right.
the fridge bit was absolutely great. The
Yes.
the clocks that just keep like multiplying and they're like
Yes.
just go somewhere,
Yes.
just piles of clocks, and it's like, well, this is how
Yes.
this works and how they think it works, and everything's all low
Yes.
tech, and it's so
Yes.
funny.
Exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Alan Wake 2 definitely has more in common with Control than it does Alan Wake 1. It's like if you took all the characters from Alan Wake 1 and threw them into Control's universe, which is essentially what happened anyway. Um, but then they're like living in Control's universe rather than Alan's. And it feels like it wouldn't work, but it does. It works really well.
Okay,
Um,
we should probably stop talking about Control and
yeah,
Remedy for a
yeah,
second.
yeah,
Anything
yeah.
else you're playing besides the usual?
Other than that, no, just the usual. A lot of Overwatch, a lot of Dead by Daylight. I typically try to play one single player game at a time so I can really like envelop in it. So yeah, currently, other than the normal stuff, I have been playing Alan Wake 2, and that's about it.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yes,
did my 2 day stream for Spooktober's end
yes,
or Dead
yes.
Space 2.
Now, I know that you were saying in Discord that the final bit like just really just like got in your craw. Uh what specifically was it that really just like was it the actual final boss fight or
The
was it
final boss fight was more annoying. Okay, so I need to let me preface this a bit, and I'm gonna just back up a bit.
Yeah.
So the first thing I asked was because someone was watching and I didn't know if I was familiar. I was like, "Is there an achievement for doing this only with the plasma cutter? Because if there is,
Right.
I'm just gonna do it, no problem." There wasn't,
Right.
so I picked up the plasma cutter and I kept running into like inventory limits, so I didn't end up picking up like a ton of weapons. So the only
Right.
two I used for the majority of the playthrough were the plasma cutter and the line cutter, I believe it is.
Okay. Yeah.
And both of them are fully upgraded by the end. And then at the very
Right.
end, I picked up the javelin launcher, I think it is.
Right. Okay.
So I spent most of my disposable income in the game on power nodes to upgrade those weapons.
Yes.
So maybe it would have been easier if I had the flamethrower for that last little fight bit,
Sure.
but it started going shit for me as soon as the part where it's like you do the needle bit and then you get locked in the room and you have to hack the
Right.
door and there's this monster that you can't kill and they're doing the
Right.
thing from Dead Space 1. Now Dead
Yes.
Space 1, you could stasis the guy and like blow
Yeah.
off his limbs. He still regenerates at the same speed even when you stasis him. It just stands up slower. So it's like I've got to
Right.
get this guy on the other side of the room. I got to blow off
Right.
his legs. I have to stasis him, run back over, and then hack this thing because it's not just
Right.
a button prompt and you have to do the little
Right.
thing. From that point on, it became a slog
Yes.
because there's like the room where you have to grab the dude. It's the dead dude on the counter.
Yeah.
You have to like pick him up and scan him so you can get through the door. And then
Right.
this door makes you wait. And there's a
Right.
save point on this side of the door. Now, I went to the other side of the door and I'm like, oh, it's a save point. I can just stop for a second, collect myself and let my stasis recharge. Nope. Dude comes right through the door and kills me.
Wow.
And I'm like, great. Then I have to restart the whole
Wow.
section from just after the hack door. So I'm just in the
Right.
room and here he is. And I'm like, oh my God, what do I do? So I ended up Then I got back that fast. I'm like, all right. And then you have to go through this little hall. And there's an elevator at the end.
Yes.
And you have to hit the elevator button. And then you have to wait for the elevator to come.
Right.
And it was like. And then it keeps spawning other monsters. I'm like, I could fight them. But I can't kill the one dude or just get him out of the way fast enough.
Right.
And I ended up dying in that section like 3 or 4 times. And I barely died earlier. Like there was a couple times where it was like it was my fault. I didn't realize
Sure.
or whatever. I was that low. I
Sure.
was playing a little loose, but the most deaths in the entire game were from after
Right.
the eye puzzle thing to the end of the game. Like I probably died 4 times trying to get to the end. Also, the
Yeah.
checkpoints in them are not great.
No. No, they're not.
Oh, was it done? Sorry, I was printing a test print.
Oh, all right.
It might come off easy. Just be careful. And but the very end bit where you're like in the mine prison and summons all the little like monster kids to kill you, I was like, what the hell is who? I need to have a question with. I need to ask you guys a question.
Right. Yeah, like Dead Space 2, generally, I like it more than the first one, at least from what I
The
can
original
remember.
first one, yeah. There doesn't have
Right,
any.
yes, exactly.
It doesn't have any of the. It doesn't have any of the downsides of the first one,
Right.
but it's more or less like a very solid, competent game.
Yes, absolutely.
And then
Now, I
the end
will
comes, and
say,
you're like, "What is this?"
yes, exactly. So, speaking from someone specifically that has played it on the hardcore difficulty and has not finished it, um, the hardcore difficulty is not unlike the impossible mode from the remake, but it's way less forgiving than the impossible mode. So you die once on that, you lose your save, you gotta start over, right? Okay, that's a pretty big deal, but overall, it's not super difficult as long as you take your time. Dead Space 2's hardcore mode is you can die as many times as you want, but you only have 3 saves. And that's a decently long game with some gradually kind of bullshit parts at times where things will just like what you were going through. Like I was saying in Discord, there from the time that you get to the elevator where you have to like defend the elevator from the monsters trying to get in and kill you, that point forward is pretty much just run enders for people that go through hardcore because by that time, at the best, they've probably got 2 saves left. Maybe one. Like in my case, I had one left when I got there. And you have to essentially do the rest of the game in one jaunt because they say to save your last save point for right before the eye machine because that's where a lot of people lose their runs anyway. But that game's got such a weird difficulty spike where like there might be times where you die in the early half of the game for whether it's your fault or whether it's just kind of like oh yeah, like I kind of messed up, whatever, I get it. But then the later half of the game is like you could play it perfectly and the game will still go nah, you didn't do that, so you're gonna die. It's like, well, what else am I supposed to do? Like I did everything I was supposed to do. No, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Like it's you see that a lot in older 360 games, especially where there's just this unwavering difficulty spike for no reason, and it just makes the game a slog to get through in the later half. Like you just lose
Yeah.
all your
Well,
motivation
the
to do it.
last one was like all those little shadow dudes. So the first, okay,
Right,
so first time I'm like, all right, I gotta shoot her, then shoot the marker thing when it opens. Okay, cool. So I did that, and then I'm standing in a spot, right? And I'm
right,
like, okay, where is she? She spawned on top of me and killed me instantly.
right,
Literally just happened. I'm
exactly.
like, great. So then it
Right,
respawns you from the start of the bit, and you're like, okay, I got this. And then it's fight. All the little dudes come. I'm at a quarter health. I go to hit the heal button, instantly dead. But still a
yep,
quarter health. And the
yep,
death animations are so long there. I'm like, this is fucking bullshit. I
yeah,
was so mad.
yes. Like it doesn't even feel
It's not fair. It
like
doesn't
try
feel fair.
it's definitely not fair. And you don't even feel triumphant when you beat it because you're so fucking frustrated from it that you just kind of like
It's
it's a sigh of relief, but it's you don't feel good about it. You're just like, oh, like I suffered through that. Yeah, I finally beat it, but Like I
Yeah,
didn't enjoy
what
it.
was
I
the
didn't
cost?
conquer anything.
Yeah, I just
Right.
felt like I was like, oh, the RNG finally took pity on me, and I could beat this.
Exactly. Exactly. And like that is bad game design. Like so I hope when they inevitably remake Dead Space 2 that they fix a lot of that issue.
Yeah,
Because
because
pretty
like
much
it's
every
got
issue I
so
had with
much. It's all at the end. Like all the bad
yeah,
shit's at the end.
yeah,
There's a couple things that
yes.
the one thing that got me killed a lot was the control scheme because I'm so used to the remake now where
Right.
click and right stick is run. So
Right.
I'm trying to well, it's the back button on my Elite controller. So I'm trying to click in right stick to run, and the game's like, oh no, it doesn't do anything. I'm like,
Right.
great. Hold the
Right.
left bumper. And I'm like, why can't I just uh, like at least
That
it wasn't even an
yeah.
option to change, and I was like, that kind of
Right.
bummed me out because if I could have changed it, I would have.
Exactly. Right, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Um, and it's so weird to go back and look at games that aren't that old and realize, wow, not only was the control scheme more skewed than I remember, but then they were so committed to you learning it that you didn't have the option to change it. And it's just it feels so unnecessary. Like control changing your controls should be a thing that every single game ever does. They no matter what, you should be able to change your controls. And
Yeah,
the fact that as late as what was it, 2009, 2010,
yeah.
2012 maybe? Might have been 2012. I can't remember.
I don't remember
Um,
exactly, but it maybe I think it's 2011 if I remember
yeah, okay,
correctly. But
that sounds
yeah,
right.
it really
But for
should
as
have
late as it being that you should there's no excuse to not be able to change your controls in that to whatever you want. Like even presets would have been better than nothing, but presets are just as bad sometimes. They're like, "Oh, this is the way that we want you to play it, and here's three versions of that." It's like, well, I mean, if you already have presets, why don't you let me pick what I want to be and everything? Oh no, we can't do that. Why can't you do that? Um, I don't know.
because
Oh,
we say so,
okay.
and we say
Exactly.
so.
Exactly. Like
That
we
was
have
my
a vision
favorite
of how
bit
you're
from
gonna play this.
Dinosaurs was the company just being called We Say So.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like it's so
Exactly.
true. It's like because we
It
say
really
so.
is. It really is. It's super true. Um, just you know, it, as much as I miss and love the 360 generation, there are things like that that make me go, you know what? We really have come further than I
Hmm.
thought, not just graphically, but being able to. And there's still games nowadays that do that, and they're like they don't let you pick your controller setup, and I'm like, how in 2023? How does that happen? Um, you
Yeah, I
know,
don't know. It's kind
I
of crazy.
it is, and I feel like we're finally getting to a point now where like we've been doing it with first person shooters for a while, but I feel like we're finally getting there with third person shooters now, where we have kind of a unified control scheme of what everybody thinks the controls should be like, and we're finally starting to get there. But
Almost. There's still some weird
almost
stuff because some games have crouch, some games don't.
right. Some games have a jump, some games don't. Like again, to go back to Alan Wake 2 for a second, unlike the first one, thankfully, there is no fucking jump button, so there's no platforming.
Yeah,
Amazing choice. Thank you, Remedy.
yeah. It's not control. You don't need jumping in Alan Wake.
Exactly. Exactly.
Like the platforming
Um,
in the first one was not that great anyway. So
no, it was terrible. It actually, if there were any deaths that I can think of from Alan Wake, it was specifically jumping bits in either the main game or the DLC. It's just platforming in a game
yeah,
where you're not really equipped to platform is a terrible idea.
yeah. I mean, spacebar clowning is also a thing that people do.
Yes. Yes.
So
Yes.
just hop, and
Yes.
then you get weird people that try and do speedrun strats with it.
Right. Right. Exactly.
Because they'll try anything.
Exactly.
It's like it's whatever. If the game doesn't need platforming, it's not built around it. Don't do it.
Right,
Eight
exactly. Platforming
six.
doesn't have to be there, whether you want it there for a challenge or you want it there for some other inane reason. It you know what? It just if the game doesn't call for it, don't put it in. It's fine. It doesn't need it.
Uh, Sorry, I did a test print on a thumbstick, and the hole is too small top to bottom. Otherwise, it turned
Ah,
out pretty good. It's
well, you're
like,
getting there then.
it's a little bit out. Well, this is a completely different design.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to just make a solid one that'll work to see how it works. Like, it's actually pretty solid. It
Right.
it feels like I can push down on it, like just on the table with all my weight. And the
Oh,
outside force, like the outside wall of it, is still very strong. So
sure. Good.
this design will
That's
work.
great.
I just need to get the diameters dialed in.
Sure.
But sometimes
Absolutely.
it's just print. It's like I can put it in the CAD software as exactly to the number, and
Right.
when it prints, it'll have some sort of variance. But that's just gotta deal with it. Uh,
Absolutely.
I don't think there is a tease for Alan Wake 3 because we don't know yet. I haven't
Uh
beat it yet.
yeah. I I I would imagine that there's going to be a tease for something, but
I think it's Control
I
2
would
coming
think
next.
exactly because I know that they're almost done. Well, I say almost done, quotations, almost done with Max Payne 1 2 remake. And then they said Control 2 is in the proof of concept stage. So if Control 2 is not even in like the we're actually making it stage yet, Alan Wake 3 isn't going to be a thing for probably close to another 10 years.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Especially
gonna.
how long it's taken to make these now.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't know if we need it
Absolutely not.
though.
Yeah, depending on how this ends, this may tie things up in a way that we don't want a third one, or we don't need a third one.
Yeah.
Or like Alan Wake 3 could be another DLC for Control 2, where it's like it's not its full game, but it's like enough of a snippet to like quench your thirst for Alan Wake, and then they're just done with it. Um, but yeah, no, it's I don't think we'll see one anytime soon. I think it's going to be probably 5 years before we even get Control 2. Like, we're going to be almost into 2030 before we get Control 2, I feel. So it's
We'll
going to be a
see.
while.
We'll see. It might be sooner than you think, but it might be longer than you think, depending on what they're
Sure.
going for. The
Yeah.
coolest
Yeah. Yeah.
part,
Absolutely.
I think one of the coolest parts of Control in general is the oldest house and how it's basically its own character.
Right.
And a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people just don't talk about that. How
Yes.
cool that concept is like
Yes.
the house itself is like a character with all sorts of its own quirks. Yes,
Yes.
granted, the map in the game could be better, but it is what it is, and we got to deal with what we got.
Yes. Yeah. And I still think, like, I absolutely adore Alan Wake 1, and I know that I wouldn't say I'm in the minority, but I'm definitely in a group where I think it's a damn near masterpiece despite its flaws. And Control really just made me go it almost made me forget about Alan Wake. Control was so amazing um that I didn't think Remedy would ever be able to top it, to be honest. Like, even if we got Alan Wake 2, I never would have imagined that it would top Control. Um, but yeah, no, Remedy is just nailing it
Remedy's
the
always
last
been
10
this
years.
company that
Yes.
makes really cool stuff when they get the
Yes.
funding to do whatever they want. Like
Yes.
Max Payne
Yes.
was literally revolutionary when it came out.
Absolutely. And people disregard it. It's just like this generic third person shooter with bullet time. It's like, well, on the surface, sure, that is what it is. But when you actually play it and you pay attention to all the little nuances in the story, it's so much more than just
It
like a
almost feels
standard
like
action third.
Casey's supposed to be Max Payne.
Right. Yes. Well, you know what?
Not
I'm not gonna
100%. I mean, like in like when, the way he's talked about when you hear like the couple
yes.
things, it sounds like he's supposed to be Max Payne.
So there is a
Nothing
bit
left to lose.
in Alan Wake 2 where uh things happen. The only thing I'll spoil is that you're in control of Alan at that time. Um, and you run into Casey, and it is so Max Payne throughout the whole entire bit that you forget that he's actually like a character in this game and that he's not Max Payne again. Like he's dressed the same way just about. He
Yeah,
obviously it's the same voice actor,
I
so he
wonder
sounds
if
like him.
because the thing is that Rockstar has the rights to Max Payne, right?
Right.
And we're only getting the remasters of one and two on their blessing with and a deal with Remedy. Because everything after Max Payne 1 and 2, Max Payne was shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I know some people
Yeah.
are like, Max Payne 3 was good, and I'm like, no, it's not Max Payne,
No.
though.
I tried really hard to get into Max Payne 3 because I was like, I really like the first two. And it's got elements of that in there, but it doesn't feel like a Max Payne game. It feels like they took elements of Max Payne and tried to make it like almost like a Grand Theft Auto clone instead of stealing cars. So it's just the shooting mechanic of Grand Theft Auto. And I don't know. I was actually worried that Alan Wake 2 was going to suffer from the same thing that Max Payne 3 did, where
Well,
it
I
was
have the
going to
feeling that
feel
it's
like
not
the
as open
shell.
as not Max Payne, Alan Wake 1 is. Alan Wake
Alan
1
Wake
is,
2?
yeah, the first game was pretty open with the way you could, because you could like drive cars and stuff,
So,
which always felt kind of unnecessary to me.
yeah, I'll agree with that because while it was an interesting thing to be able to drive cars around to certain places that you had to go in the first one, you don't when you get to a car in this one, it's like a cutscene that takes you to wherever you need to go. But that being said, because it looks and plays like the Resident Evil remakes, you would think that everything would be small and confined. But honestly, it kind of feels like there are bits where they'll put you into like a town or a city and you'll get to walk around and explore. Like the first area of Alan Wake 2 is this big forested area that you don't even have access to half of it. And it feels like the size of the village. I mean, like the entire village of RE4 and not just like that first bit with the tower. I mean, it's
Well,
expansive. Like it feels way
uh,
bigger than you would think it would be. Um,
RE4
so it
is
feels
a lot like Control in the regard that it is bound by last gen hardware.
yes.
It is not on the next
Yes.
gen. Oh god. Okay, now we're going back to Remedy again.
Yeah.
Because we both really like Remedy games.
I mean, they're you know what? They deserve some praise. Like I know we ate up a lot of time talking about them, but you know what? They deserve. I mean, I know they're getting a lot of praise right now, even online from other people, but
I
they
love the
deserve to,
I love the
get
PS
more.
fanboys being like, "Oh, Alan Wake is like such a good PlayStation exclusive," and I'm like, "Guy, dude, don't forget where it started, and don't
Right,
forget that like you guys didn't buy the remaster because we know you didn't because apparently it sold poorly.
right, exactly.
That's why I was kind of worried about the sequel going in
Yes,
was because there was poor reception to the remaster.
right. Yeah, I think any worries, and granted, I still haven't beat it yet, and I think any reservations and worries I had about Alan Wake 2 are pretty much gone, at least at this point in the game where I'm at now. Like when I first started, I was how should I put it? I was a little underwhelmed because there's a lot of story in the beginning, which is fine. But if you think about Alan Wake 1, you get a lot of story at the beginning, but then they do eventually kind of throw you into combat, and then it's almost endless after that. Um,
Yeah.
Alan Wake 2 is not quite like that. You don't see a lot of normalized combat for a while. But at first I thought that was going to really bug me, but it didn't. And I know it pissed off a lot of other people, but I got used to it. And I actually got to the point where I'm so enveloped in the story and the characters now that I don't really care if I have to shoot anything. Like I'm just existing in their world now. Like I'm all about what's going on and I don't care about random enemies that I have to kill.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like combat is like just this unavoidable thing that you have to do in Remedy games. And while it's not always the best
Right,
thing or something
right,
you enjoy all the
right.
time, they try not to make it awful.
Yes. So like Alan Wake 1, I feel like I could argue that it put too much emphasis on combat um for the most part. And but I was fine with it. I dealt with it. It was cool. It didn't bother me. Control, I felt was a perfect amount of combat and story. I didn't have an issue with either, and I enjoyed both. So whenever I had to fight people, I was all about it. Whenever it was about the story, I was all about it. Um, Alan Wake 2, it's got a little bit of a wonkier balance. It's way less combat than Control in Alan Wake 1, even to the point where I'm at. But the story and everything is so much more interesting that you're kind of just okay with it. Um, it doesn't feel like I don't sit there and hunger for it like I did in the other two. You know, I was like, oh, I can't wait to get back into combat. Uh, this one I feel I'm almost like, you know what? I'm kind of glad that I'm not shooting shit right now because I just want to listen to the voice actors. Like they're so good and the story is so good. I just want to sit here and witness it all. I don't want to get caught up in killing random grunt enemies
Yeah, you don't really need
for
that. Like,
unknown reasons.
I feel like
Yeah,
there was such a fun the whole like concept of things being preordained. Like it's a
right,
story and you have to find the bit and you're like, I want to find the bit so I can
right.
know what's going on is
Exactly.
strong and
Yes.
losing it for anything is silly. Oh.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Um, speaking of the combat, while I'm thinking about it, for anybody that played the first one, that was always like irritated or irked that you had to fight six, seven enemies at once, and the game really didn't prepare you to be able to do that. There's no bits that I can think of where you have to fight more than two enemies at once in this. So it's much more streamlined. Um, you don't feel claustrophobic. You don't feel overwhelmed in a shitty, unfun way. Um, because you're getting swarmed by three big guys and four little guys, and it's like, oh, well, I gotta use my flashlight on all of them. Then I gotta hopefully maybe I got a flare gun or a flashbang. This one's like, no, we're not gonna do that. You're fine. Like you can fight things the way you want, and you're never gonna feel. I don't want to say you're never gonna feel overwhelmed because there are enemies that will make you feel that way, but you won't feel overwhelmed for the wrong reasons.
Yeah, I that's kind of why I don't think I will like I don't like Resident Evil 4 remake as much because it's so
Yeah,
based on combat. Like the first one was too. Like gotta
yeah,
shoot all these guys, I gotta do all this stuff. And I'm like,
right.
I'm not playing Doom here, I'm playing Resident Evil.
Yeah,
Where most of the
exactly.
time in most of the Resident Evils, I don't really shoot things unless I have to.
Sure. Absolutely. Actually, if anything, the original trilogy rewards you for bypassing enemies as often as you can by, I have more ammo for things when I really need it. They don't expect you to go around and kill everything. Although there is enough ammo in the game to do so, they don't expect you to do it and they don't necessarily want you to do it. But like in a game like Alan Wake 1, oh, I can't. I have to get to this building, but there's seven enemies in front of me, and I can't outrun them because the game literally won't let you. So it's like, ugh. All right,
Yeah, when they
well,
gate you and put you in a thing, but it's like, oh, we'll give you all this ammo. But it's
right,
I don't know.
yes, yeah.
I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how stuff figures out. I'm actually very interested in to playing. I know it got delayed till next year, but Alone in the Dark,
Oh, right, yeah, yeah, yeah,
because
yeah.
I don't know if you played the demo they gave you was basically nothing, like literally nothing.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
It gave you a nice feel for how the game will run, but
Sure.
it was basically nothing. Though it's just the little girl from the
Right,
the trailer they
right,
showed.
right.
But
Absolutely.
yeah, I kind of want more of that. Like, I really gotta manage these bullets. And Resident Evil kind of went farther and farther away from that.
They really did. Yeah, absolutely.
Because I know a lot of people don't like it when they can't fight back and they don't like feeling helpless. But
Right.
when I was playing Village in particular, and I remember that first bit in the village, and you pick up the shotgun, I'm like, oh, any tension I had, it's gone.
It's gone now.
You
Yeah,
literally, you
absolutely.
literally just gave me a weapon that is that is makes me feel safe and snug because it can literally take out
Absolutely.
things in one or two shots.
Absolutely. And see, and I kind of feel like Alan Wake 1 made that same mistake. I was just telling Justin, um, almost every other engagement where you're gonna have to fight things, they give you like an unlimited box of pistol ammo at the very least. So you would always have something to fend off waves of enemies with. Alan Wake 2 is definitely feels like old school Resident Evil, despite it looking like Resident Evil Remake. It plays like old school Resident Evil where like yeah, you could go around and kill enemies if you want, but when you run out of ammo, like the game doesn't give a shit. You're like, oh hey, you're out of ammo? Sucks to be you. Like it does not hold your hand like Alan Wake 1 did. And I'm even playing on normal. So I expect it. Like there's story mode, which is like easy, normal, and then hard. And I'm playing on normal, and for the first half of the game,
Is there like
I
I'm just curious more than anything
yeah,
else. Is there like weapon upgrades and stuff, or is it just the normal your
there are
weapons, your
weapon
weapon?
upgrades. Not there's not a ton of them. Like I think every weapon's got three, but you have to find the collectibles to get the parts to upgrade weapons. They all use like a universal currency that you get from these Alex Casey lunchboxes, which is one of the collectibles you have to find. And there's like a random amount of weapon parts in each one, and you can put those parts towards any weapon you want. But each weapon's got three upgrades, and I don't want to say it drastically changes what it is, but it does make things way more interesting once you have them fully upgraded. Like it's not just like, oh, I made it stronger or it reloads faster or anything. It's like they actually do things different. So uh one weapon that I have really been enjoying that I fully customized is I put everything I had into it. I loved it. You get a crossbow, and one of the upgrades, for example, when you shoot an enemy with a crossbow, assuming it doesn't die, it has a magnet at the end of it that magnetizes all your bullets. So if you're like terrible at aiming, you can shoot somebody with a crossbow and then whip out your pistol, and all the bullets will track to the arrow and shoot the enemy for you. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty interesting. Like that's definitely more than just, oh, my crossbow reloads faster. Cool. Um, so they've got little interesting upgrades like that. But they have generic ones too. Like
More
another one for
firepower.
the crossbow lets you hold two arrows instead of one before reloading, which is like, oh, that sounds generic, but it's very helpful because that fucking thing takes like 10 seconds to reload.
Yeah, of course it
So it's
would.
nice
It
to
makes
have the
perfect
extra arrow.
sense
Right.
because you
Yeah,
have to.
exactly. They're right. They reload it like you would in reality. They put it down on the ground and they use all their strength to pull it back and load another arrow. Like it doesn't feel Resident Evil-y where you're just like, oh, I shot a rocket launcher. I'll just pop another rocket in there. Like it feels very grounded in reality in that
Yeah,
sense.
it's not the warden crossbow from Evil
Exactly.
Within.
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
That is the disadvantage with crossbows.
Yes.
All right. So bad news this week, or news this
hmm
week, was mostly around um, layoffs at Bungie, which is
Oh,
sad.
it's so sad. Now,
And
how
then
do
I
you
just
think?
got
Oh,
sent a
good.
thing about Marathon being
Delayed.
no hold on. Let me find it again. report. Oof. So apparently they got a bunch of Escape from Tarkov streamers to play
Okay.
Marathon,
Okay.
and they didn't seem interested in the game. Bungie asked them if they would play Marathon if it released tomorrow, and no one raised their hand.
Really? Oh, I hadn't heard
Yeah,
that.
this is allegedly so.
Okay. Now did this come out after the
Uh,
delayed news?
it's today 22:27. And it crossed my path like 15 minutes ago. So,
Okay, so it's around the same time that the delay got announced, I'm pretty sure.
well,
Um
I
uh
honestly we didn't see anything of it. All they showed was
no,
CG.
not really.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. They showed a little bit of gameplay, but it wasn't a ton. It was just kind of more of a you an idea of what to expect. Now, I think this game was still relatively far off. Like not like 3 years or anything, but like I think it was going to be like another year and a
6 months
half
at
at the
least.
time. I don't even think it was that early. I think it was going to be a year just from when they announced it, at the very least. But then um, that and Destiny's Final Shape both got delayed uh, with the layoffs. So I wonder if they just took that feedback, if assuming that feedback is correct and truthful, that they're just like, fuck, you know what? We need to let this thing cook more because if these guys don't want to play it, nobody else is gonna want to.
Some people might,
And
but
then
like the thing is, this is the I feel like this is the problem with Sony trying to, instead of double downing on what they're good at or what they thrive to, they're like, we need to have all these live service games. You can dabble
right,
in live services, but
yeah,
you get
you
to a
don't have to
point,
fully
and
commit.
EA figured this out the hard way.
Yeah,
Back like the beginning of the PS4, Xbox One gen,
right,
is that when a bunch of stuff got canceled, is when all you make is live service games. You're not
right,
competing with anyone else but yourself
right,
at that point. You are literally
right,
cannibalizing your own sales to like sell something. And Ubisoft was
right.
starting to realize this too,
Yeah,
that they make all their games are basically the same, just different
right.
settings. And I some people might find that like I'm being just overgeneralizing. No, I the last game I bought was the one that people said was really good, Immortals Phoenix Rising, I believe it is
Yeah,
called,
yeah, yeah.
and I hate it. It's the same
Really?
shit.
Okay.
It's the same shit with just a fantasy filter on it. The kind of stuff from Ubisoft that I really liked was like Beyond Good and Evil,
Sure, sure.
and that's never coming out.
No, unfortunately, I just don't see it happening.
I mean, we're gonna make all sorts of fun stuff. Yeah, okay, whatever. I
You're
don't
right.
I don't care about your service games. The Skull and Bones was the other one. It's like, oh
Yeah,
man, we're gonna make that pirate game, but not an Assassin's Creed game. Well, it sounds like fun. Okay, it's
right.
PvP only, and you can't board ships.
Right. So it's a lesser scaled down or more scaled down, I should say, Sea of Thieves.
Like, what's the point of having a naval combat game where you're supposed to be pirates if you can't board ships
Right.
and steal
Exactly.
the plunder? Like, what's the
Yeah.
point? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Like I understand, like even if they got the naval combat really fun, it's still gonna feel so limiting that people are gonna drop they're gonna drop it quick if they play it at all.
I mean, it's also full
When
price, and I feel like there's gonna be
right, exactly.
a lot of multiplayer only games that are full price that are gonna suffer if they're not available on
Yep.
like PlayStation Plus or Game
Right.
Pass.
Yep.
Like, if there's not a
Absolutely.
cheaper way to get in, you are literally setting yourself up for disaster.
Exactly.
And
Because
the
a
in
lot of
this,
people, yeah, go ahead.
especially when they have microtransactions still. Like
Right.
you can't be free to play and cost money. This is why I've been worried about Foam Stars since they announced it. Where people are like, "Oh man, this game was super fun." Okay, cool, but it's a PlayStation exclusive, which I've talked about
Right.
a few times on here, and said that I have historically had very hard times getting matches in PvP games
Right.
on PlayStation only,
Right.
unless I had like a group of people to go with. Historically, it is just that's the way it's been for me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even popular games like Grand Theft Auto 4, when it was relevant and like brand
Right.
new, I couldn't get
Right.
matches. So,
Right. Well, then, you take games like look at Texas Chainsaw Massacre, right? Like that launched on Game Pass. So it was, ease of use. Everybody could just get in that wanted to play it. Didn't have microtransactions, at least not in the same sense that they were like pay to win. They were cosmetics, whatever. Um, and that game died off on console. At least it died off pretty quick. Like I think there are still a community for it, but it's so small now that it's gonna suffer like what Evil Dead did, and it's gonna be like a year from now. They're gonna be like, okay, we're stopping service on it now because there's just not enough of you. Um, so
well,
like,
you also need like 7 people for a match, which is a weird number.
yeah,
It
yeah,
had a
yeah,
bunch of weird bugs. And the time I played
it
it, I
did.
found it very frustrating because there was like, because we were playing killers and the other team escaped in like 30 seconds.
Yeah,
Why
exactly.
is that
So
even allowed?
right, right. And and actually even on the flip side, like I've seen some matches where killers can get all four survivors within a minute and a half, like if they do it correctly, and they don't even escape the basement. And it's like, again, I know Dead by Daylight's not everybody's thing. I know Dead by Daylight has its myriad of its own problems, but the quickest match on Dead by Daylight I've ever had is still no less than 6 minutes, 7 minutes. Like, and that's like if you completely stomp the other team, like to the point of like I just give up, I'm done. Like, and that's from Survivor side. The killer side, the fastest match you could potentially have, depending on what happens, is maybe 2 to 3 minutes. But that's a fluke. Like you have four people that just don't want to play on that map or against your particular killer, and they just give up. Um,
Yeah,
but
no,
Leather or
there's
not
a
Leather,
lot
but
of
Texas,
fairness,
yeah,
but Texas Chainsaw Massacre was weird for it, and
no, yeah, it is because
that's why
like
it
it's
was
like
like
built into the game to do
when they
that,
were
and I
like,
don't
"Oh, we're
understand.
making when they were like, we're making a Killer Clowns from Outer Space game," I was super excited because it's a stupid
Right.
premise, and it's like it's
Yeah.
gonna be a PvP game, and I'm like, why?
Yeah. And again, it's going to suffer just like all these other ones. Like, it's going to come out. People will find it fun or be like, yeah, it's cool. It's whatever. I'll play it for a little while. And within 2 months, nobody will talk about it. And it'll just be dead again.
Like honestly, I think Killer Clowns from Outer Space could have been like a really fun like single player or like maybe a co-op game where you
Yeah.
have to like try and like even if it's just against AI or whatever, or you like
Yeah.
you play as the
Absolutely.
clowns, you're trying to like get people like do the cotton candy gun and stuff, and like
Right.
you capture the humans, or you
Right.
could play as the survivors and try and do stuff. I feel like you're really limiting yourself when you do these PvP only games because
Right.
you're really like, oh, people will find this fun, people will like it, and it's like maybe, but there's so many other things to play. Having
Right.
something that people buy once and can play through again and again and again, or
Right.
like whenever they want and pick up with their buds and don't need to have your servers up is
Right.
better.
Right. Like my fun factor isn't limited to how everybody else in the room plays or how many people show up to get a game going. Like I can just grab a buddy and go play it, and that's it. And that's what we need. We need more of that. We also need less battle passes. Like it's getting to a point where single player games have battle passes now, or like a variant of one, and I just don't understand. Like, I already bought your game. I probably already bought, like, I would have bought your season pass, like if you had one. But now you want to do a battle pass, like what is it? Not Gotham Knights, but the Kill the Justice League or whatever that one is called.
Oh,
With
Suicide
um
Squad.
Suicide Squad.
I knew what you were
That
talking
one,
about. I just had to get the name in my head.
yes, yes. That one's got a battle pass. Like, and it's just co-op. Like, it's not even PvP, it's PvE, four-player co-op. Why does that have a battle pass? Like, yeah,
If it's not free to play, it shouldn't have them. But even then, it's like
exactly.
people. I have a couple problems with battle passes, and the first one is that they expect you to buy a thing and then unlock all the things in the thing.
Right. Right. And that's not the way battle passes should be. If you don't buy it, you have to unlock it all. Fair. If I spend $10, I should get everything in it. I spent $10. I already bought your game, whether it was free or not. I already spent invested money into it. If I buy
Yeah.
your battle pass,
The
that should
battle
just
pass is
unlock the
basically
tiers.
like a treadmill that they get you to
It
walk on
is.
to go in and
Yeah.
do stuff. It's like that's like those login bonuses, the this, the that. It just becomes more and more of the same shit where it's like we're trying to get
Yes.
you to be engaged. It's the same shit they were trying to do back in the 360 era by just putting multiplayer, forced multiplayer basically in every single player game because they wanted to
Yes.
keep the game from getting traded in. And now that that's not an
Yes.
issue because a lot of games are digital only now, something I hate,
Yeah.
but they're still like, oh, well, we can't do this. We have to have PvP. Excuse
Right.
me. And people are like, why do I want PvP in this? Like, look at Project Resistance.
Right.
Who wanted that?
Yeah.
Nobody. And then they're like,
Yeah.
oh man,
Exactly.
you know what? You know what'd be better? Let's just make a shooter where you can get kill streaks and become one of your favorite Resident Evil villains. No one wanted that. Do you know what we
No.
want? We want Outbreak. We want the
Right.
PvE stuff. We don't want
Right.
this crap.
Right.
It's the same thing with Exo Primal. Everyone was like, it was fun enough.
Yeah.
The cutscenes are silly, but I really like the
Yeah.
PvE aspect of it and how the game would be
Right.
dynamic and change. And then it's like, oh
Right.
no, but there's other players. Oh, we're
Right.
giving you PvE content, but you have to beat the main story first. To beat the main story, you have to just give us Dino Crisis and be done with it.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
I
Yep.
it, I don't know.
And
Marathon's in a bad spot, and that's
yes.
Bungie.
Yes.
Destiny's in a bad spot. Again, Bungie, and they're like well
Yep.
known. Like I feel like the market for online only shooters and competitive games is kind of saturated at this point.
Sure.
Everyone's got their games they want to play, and it's like it's cool that you want to make something new, but maybe let's not do just PvP everything because I'm not saying that something can't come and break the mold and like
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
dethrone Fortnite. Fortnite's already killed itself basically, and it's resetting their map for whatever the fuck that's
Right.
worth.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's like people are starting to like, maybe I don't want to play battle royales anymore. Maybe I don't want to play this anymore. Like COD's even dabbling
Right.
in like PvE content with
Right.
DMV or DVM. I
Right.
don't know what it's called. You like
Right. Right.
go
Right.
in and you like extract, you grab stuff and you try and get out. And you get there's other players in it, and you can fight them, but you don't have to.
Right.
And you actually get like marked if you kill too many players. You get marked, and then people can hunt you down.
Right.
So it's like people are even moving away from that sort of PvP only mentality with these games.
Absolutely.
And I mean, the next version of the DMV is supposed to be the zombies mode for
Yeah.
Call of Duty, the new one,
Yeah.
which I have heard is free to play. it's it is what it is, and the thing is that the less players you need to get into a match, the more likely you are that your game's gonna live on for a while. Like
Right.
people still play fucking Brutal Legends multiplayer mode. You
Right.
can still
Yeah,
get
yeah.
you still get lobbies in that one. How old is this now? Like, Jesus.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I feel like it's a bad day to be Bungie because they
It
kind of
is.
walked away from being from doing just single player content, and now they're getting a bunch of layoffs. Like I mean, they laid off the composer,
Right.
which is weird, but to be honest, he's so well recognized for his work at this point that he can just do freelance and probably get made paid more money.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm not worried about him, but like some of the developers and that, I
Sure.
don't know if they're gonna land on their feet as easily because there's a
Absolutely.
bunch of
I s-
places.
yeah. I was on Twitter yesterday and I saw a bunch of Bungie, oh, ex Bungie employees now saying, if anybody has a lead on work, please DM me and let me know. Like people are scrambling and it sucks.
Hold on, I'll turn off the. Hopefully, this will turn off all the anime waifus, but it probably won't. I'm trying to find
N-
stuff on this.
now, whose fault do you think this Bungie situation is?
Um,
Like, do you think it's internally, or do you think Sony had something to do with it? Because, like, Sony dropped a bunch of money to not only buy them, but then to try to make sure that employees and stuff would stay on. They didn't want to lose anybody, and then all of a sudden layoffs happen. Like, is that you think Sony's like, all right, we invested in you, and you're just not getting it, so we need to lay people off, or if Bungie themselves was like, yeah, we
honestly, this
think
is.
so.
I think this isn't a single culprit kind of case here.
Sure, yeah,
This is in my opinion, without too much of the factors, it's partly the poor reception of the Destiny expansion.
yeah,
Then there's probably also the announced marathon. No one really cared. Like no one cared. Let's be real. Did we all see marathon and go, oh man, marathon's coming back? No, that's not what happened at
yeah,
all. Everyone was like,
and not only that, but then like it doesn't even really have anything to do with old marathon either. Like they're turning it into something. They're like rebranding it, and it's like the same name, but it's not anywhere close to the same concept. So like any marathon fans that were excited when they found out what it was, they're like, oh, well like that's
that's
not really marathon,
no, it's
so
not
I'm not
marathon.
gonna play it.
Yeah, it's like that's what I mean. It's like
Um,
we're taking we're digging up a corpse to
right.
making them a marionette and making them
Right.
dance so you get the nostalgia.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just so weird.
Yeah, it's such a shame too because and I'm yes, I'm an Xbox guy, so everybody can say that I'm biased, but I'm not a Halo guy. So I'm not biased in the way that you think. It's sad to see how high Bungie used to be and how low they've fallen. Um, whether it has anything to do with them leaving Activision or Sony buying them or Microsoft could have bought them and it still could have ended up this way. Who knows? Like, it's just sad to see it. They used to be a developer that people were like, oh shit, Bungie's doing it. Okay, all right. And now it's like, oh, Bungie's doing it. All right. Well,
Bungie just
it's
doesn't does all whatever now, and I don't. I'm not trying to be mean because the thing is, I don't
no, no, no.
hate them. I just think
They just don't
it's
carry the same weight that they used to. They're not the
no.
same people.
Oh, people can say the
Like,
same thing about Blizzard, but like we know what happened there,
yes, yes, we all know what happened there.
and it was not our problem. It's not
Nope.
us. We weren't the problem.
I
It
mean, the
was the
writing on
copy
the
boys.
wall.
Yeah.
Losing Jeff should have been the wake up call that everybody had or
I
should have
mean,
had.
if you didn't read his letter and go, "Oh yeah, he's pissed at people,"
Right. Right.
you're crazy because the
And
way it was worded,
yeah.
yeah.
And Jeff didn't seem like an overly aggressive, mean-spirited guy, right? So like for him to be probably still reserved and held back something, for him to still be that like openly frustrated, you know some shady shit was going on. You know some shit was going on where he was like, I just gotta get out. I gotta get out of here. Like
I mean,
it's
he
gonna
was vice
break my heart.
president of um Blizzard too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Like he's leader of Team 4, and he was basically second in command, and he's like, "Nah,
Yeah.
gots to
Right.
go."
And what possible person could make him feel that way who's not somebody that he could directly deal with? Gee, I wonder. You know, if it was somebody underneath him, I feel like there'd have been ways to fix that or completely get rid of that factor. But it wasn't. I wonder what that was.
Yep.
Now, obviously this is all speculation. It could have very well also been maybe he saw the direction that they wanted to take Overwatch and he was like, "You know what? I don't like that and I'm just going to bail. I'm going to jump ship." It could be a lot of things. It could be a million things. It could be one thing. We will never know, unfortunately. But
Oh,
the day that he left,
until Jeff opens up about it, which could
yes,
happen. Like it's
yeah, it
not
could.
unheard of when Bobby's gone and there's no one to really tell him not to.
Right,
He could tell the
right.
whole story and just air the dirty laundry.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know what? If like Phil and all them don't know everything that's happened, which I'm sure they probably have a pretty good idea if they don't know factually what's all that's happened. I'm sure Phil would love to hear the stuff that happened and fix it to where it never happens again and possibly potentially bring people back that left because of it. How great would it be if he tracked down Jeff and said, "Hey, I want you back at Blizzard." Like, and Bobby's going to be gone. I'll do whatever I can to make it happen. Just because I know you were an integral part of it and you loved it. It was something that meant something to you and it crushed you to have to leave it. That aspect is gone.
I
Come
feel
back.
like you could get Jeff back, but I feel
Yeah.
like you Jeff doesn't necessarily have to do Overwatch, like because
No,
the
yeah,
PV.
yeah.
I've been saying this for a while, and it kind of boils down to um, I don't think Blizzard themselves has to do everything on their own, and I don't think that PVE content for Overwatch has to be made by Blizzard.
Right. Absolutely.
I feel like doing and I kind of hope that at some point they do try this concept where it'd be like a game jam or whatever. Basically, um you know comics, right?
Yeah.
Have you heard of the Just Imagine series?
No, I haven't.
It's a DC series where they got Stan Lee to do his take on DC heroes. So
Okay.
it was like just imagine Stan Lee did this character's story, and it was a short run or whatever. But it'd be so cool to like just like open up the troves and let people make whatever the hell like whatever studio make whatever game they wanted in, like a couple weeks or whatnot. Like maybe give them a couple days or whatever to make whatever they want,
Yeah.
and then people get to see it. Like maybe we can't play them because like let's be real, game jam games are not the best things in the planet.
Sure. Yeah.
But the idea of what would Halo be like if an Exile made it, you know,
Right.
is
Right.
interesting. What would Gears of War be like if 343 made it?
Right.
Or you just just go through all these like iconic franchises. Like I don't want to say Call of Duty or whatever, but there's so many IP that they have some of which dormant or not dormant. I think it kind of would be interesting to see, be like, yeah, I feel like in Exile in particular want to do something silly with other IP.
Sure.
Weird. Weird. I just, because that's the thing. It's like Phil always talks about wanting to get people who are motivated to make a thing rather than him be like,
Right.
we need to make this thing.
Right.
And I
He
think that
wants
would be
them
a
to be
very
passionate.
interesting way to do it. Did you see the there was one of the animators for Blizzard who was like, "Hey, since now I'm part of Activision, can I make cutscenes for I think it was Gears of War?"
Yeah. Yeah.
I
Yeah. I
was
saw
like,
that.
and I was
I
like,
saw that.
why not?
Right.
I honestly think
Like,
that there's so much lost potential in so many things because we just don't have a team that wants to do this. Find
right.
a team.
Honestly, man, you know what? Like, it's such. I understand. Like, so I know business people, businessmen, and everything are gonna be very, like, there's no room in business for this kind of thinking. But honestly, it's something that like me and my dad talk about all the time, where passion is so important. And if you're not passionate about the thing that you do, then it'll never be something that you're crazy about or that people will line up in droves to experience. Like being passionate is so important. And I feel like in the gaming industry where you're essentially an artist, whether you're actually doing art or you're just doing, oh, I just, uh I don't know, like I make the sound effects. Like wherever your job is in the game industry, you're technically an artist. And I know if I were in the gaming industry, I would want to work on something that I am passionate about.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to be forced into or limited to like, well, Phil came in and said he wants us to do I don't know, Halo 6 and I don't care about Halo. I want to do like a new Battletoads game. And he goes, "Huh. Well, I don't care what you want because I'm the boss. You're going to do Halo 6." It's like, "Oh, all right. Well, thanks, I guess." But having a boss, even if he says no, having a boss that is open to suggestions about things like, "Hey, we as a team would love to see like I don't know what's a rare series that's not around anymore.
Grabbed by the
Um
ghoulies.
there. Okay, yeah.
I'm
We want to make
surprised
a
we
new Grab
haven't
by the
seen another one of
Ghoulies,
those.
right? We want to make like a contemporary version of it. We don't want to remake it. We just want to make a new one. And your boss goes, "Huh. Well, let's find out if there's a market for it and if there's a good enough market for it or if there's just enough of a rumbling
I
for
think
it and people
honestly,
want to make it."
I think honestly, if they make any game, like I feel like this is the power of Game Pass. Like you could make a game. It doesn't matter what size, like how big it is of
Yeah.
a game. You could literally make test concept games and put them
Yeah.
up on Game Pass and be like, "Yo, think about maybe like here's some like ideas we're throwing around and see
Right.
what sticks. See what people like."
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like look at Hi-Fi Rush. There was no telling that Hi-Fi Rush would make a splash or not one way or another. They just had to take a gamble and take a chance and be like, well, I mean, it was done obviously, but it was like let's throw it out there, no build up, and just see what people think.
Yeah, and
And
it's arguably one of
the
the best games of
reception,
the year.
exactly, the reception was so good. And this is also coming from someone who, as much as I love my Xbox, I don't play hardly any first party titles from Xbox because they're not games I enjoy very often. Hi-Fi Rush, I stopped in the middle of a game that I was already playing, I believe, to start up Hi-Fi Rush because I didn't want to wait. Like it was so fun. I loved it. The concept was so great and it was passionate. It was a passion project. They just did it because there was no
Yeah.
way
Like
that
that
they were
was the
gonna
thing with Pentiment. Pentiment came out of nowhere and was like a passion
right.
project. And it's like Granted, it lost last year to in our awards to
Right.
AI, the Somnium Files, Nirvana Initiate,
Right.
but like that's a tough crowd to beat.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
But I mean, it was number two in that category. People
Right.
liked it,
Right.
not as much as titties. Anime
Sure.
titties wins.
I
I'm
mean,
sorry, guys.
yeah. I mean, in case nobody knew.
We know the audience. No, I'm kidding.
Right.
But
Yes.
AI the Somnium Files is like this crazy ass series
Right.
that um I probably wouldn't have even played if it wasn't on Game Pass. But this is the thing, like Pentiment was also like this crazy passion project comes out of flipping
Yeah.
nowhere. It's a much
Right.
smaller sized game,
Sure.
and I feel like it's the kind of thing that wouldn't have got a green light in
If it wasn't
the
for
like
Game
the
Pass.
360. Yeah, it's like, well, who's gonna play? Who's gonna buy this game? Who's gonna play this game?
Right. Right.
And people look at it, they're like it's got a cool art style,
Right.
it's got a cool concept, but it wasn't for everyone. It was
Right.
we
Yeah.
made this. I made this for me, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't,
Yeah. And you know what? And I feel like more games should do that. I know there's a lot of studios that can't take a chance like that. That's why they make the games they make. But I wish, especially studios under Xbox or Sony's umbrella, where they're
Sony
like,
feels
hey,
less risk oriented right now, and it's really hurting them, in my
it really
opinion.
is. No, it really is. Like a game like Hi-Fi Rush to come out nowadays with no build up or like oh, we announced it a year ago and like you guys are hyped for it, just to shadow drop and to to get the reception that they got for it from a studio who's not known for making games like that. Like that was a hell of a risk that they took, and I think it paid off. Like it's one of my favorite
I
games of
think
the
it.
year.
I think it cemented the fact, and other people might not agree with me on this, but it cemented the fact that Tango doesn't necessarily have to do spooky games, and
Exactly. Like, yeah.
they've kind of cemented themselves in my mind as a studio that will make whatever the hell they want, and
Right.
whatever they make is going to be good. I feel like,
It's gonna be quality. Yeah.
yeah, because like, yes, I know some people have problems with the way Ghostwire Tokyo handles and the way Evil Within is, but
Right.
Evil Within 2 is such a step up from the first game, like hands down, so much better.
Right.
And Ghostwire's like this really interesting look at things, and it's kind of cool to just wander around the streets of Tokyo
Right.
and fight ghosts and things. It's like absolutely crazy
Right.
concept.
Right.
Again, I don't think it's a game that would have gotten funded if people didn't care about stuff. Now I know
Right.
I'm not gonna be like I'm giving Xbox credit for Ghostwire Tokyo because it's not how it went down at all.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
But like Tango seems to be the studio where they're like, well, what do you guys want to make? We want to make this because they also released that weird mobile game that lasted like a really short amount of time.
Right.
Now I don't know why it died so early, but I think it was Hero Dice or something.
Something like that.
The art was cool, the concept was cool, but I never
Yeah.
got to play it because it was just gone in a flash.
Right.
So
See, that's like that's the thing about mobile games is while it is a money maker in its own way, it's a specific kind of person typically that really invests in mobile games to the point of like, oh my God, like I can't wait for the next mobile game to come out. And Blizzard, themselves got shot themselves in the foot
oh
with
yeah,
that Diablo
the
Immortal,
infamous don't you all have
yeah,
phones?
right. Like, and I mean, for them to have that reaction and be like so surprised that they got such negative feedback really tells me that most game developers that make mobile games have no idea uh the of the audience that they have or don't have. Like they bank on, well, so like Candy Crush is popular. So of course if we make a mobile game, it'll be popular like that. Candy Crush is like a match 3, just generic addicting little like, time sink. I don't want, like, I love Final Fantasy. I love Final Fantasy 7 specifically. That new mobile game just came out. For it, First Soldier, I believe it's called.
It's
I
closing
didn't
down already.
download it. Yeah, exactly. It's closing down already. I don't want any part of it. Why? Because it's a fucking mobile game. If
It's
you
a mobile
released
game
it
that
on a
doesn't even want to
consoles,
be that doesn't even want to
exactly.
be
You're
like on
limiting it to a
consoles.
mobile game, and it doesn't need to be limited to mobile. It's a game that can work just fine on consoles and PC and all that. And they're just like,
A lot of the
no,
best
it's fine.
a lot of the best received mobile games are the exact same way. Like they're available on everything. So
Right.
it's like I well, I think it's a misstep for uh like I agree that Blizzard fucked up with Diablo Immortal, even
Yeah.
though they
Yeah.
didn't make it themselves.
Right. Right.
But it's one of those things where if they want to like, oh, we're trying to make appeal to younger or whatever demographic, yeah, whatever, but like don't forget that the older demographic's still there.
Right.
I don't, it's just so weird how some of the stuff works
Yes.
out. It's like, oh, what these people are gonna buy as much stuff in the future. It's like, yeah, but if you make a good game, just straight up, if you make a good game, people gonna play it.
Yes.
It doesn't have to be this fantastical, amazing um single player adventure necessarily, but you just need to let
Right.
people play it.
Right.
Uh, that's the problem with
Yeah.
chasing the mobile market, in my opinion, is that you end up in this
Yes. That's
state where you're just trying to chase whatever the latest trends are, and then
yeah.
the Titanic players and the like. Here it's like Raid Shadow Legends or whatever, but if you're in Asia, it's like there's Princess Connect Redrive, there's Genshin, there's Honkai, there's all these games that are far more interesting than
Yeah.
so many things. It's like, are you really gonna be able to compete with, like Princess Connect, who has some of like
Right.
the best characters? Like Crunchyroll literally thrubbed the ball with
Right.
Princess Connect.
Right.
You have a successful series with a successful anime, and you somehow make it not work at all.
Right.
And with all these games shutting down, I feel like we've got to reach a point where people just become gun shy with putting money into these things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And like, and see, and that's like the double-edged sword that we had, even just a couple years ago before we got like Persona and stuff on Xbox, where we were in this awkward stage where if we didn't gobble up any JRPG that we got, it would make it look like we didn't want them. But sometimes we'd be buying ones that we didn't want for the sake of, well, I want to show that there's a market for
Oh yeah, I
this.
need to buy Type Zero so I can.
Right.
And Type Zero is a piece of shit.
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
it's not
guys. Like,
great.
it's not good. It's not good. If you're
It's
a
not
Type
great.
Zero fan out there, more power to you. But like, for me, all Fantasy Type Zero is a mess.
But like think about, like I skipped what was it? Well, I skipped the newest Star Ocean that we had gotten. 'Cause I played the demo. I didn't like it. And I remember talking about it on Twitter saying like I played the demo. Maybe it's just not it's an old build. Maybe it's not polished up yet or whatever. Maybe the full game is better. But I didn't enjoy it, so I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna get it. And I had people comment on it saying like, well, you claim that you're a JRPG fan on Xbox and you're not supporting one of the biggest, named JRPGs out there series. And I'm like, well,
Why
I
should you have to
understand how
buy
that
something you don't
looks.
enjoy? I don't understand.
Exactly.
I don't understand this
Exactly.
concept. Like, I shouldn't have to buy
Right.
something I don't enjoy. Like,
Absolutely. Why do I have to buy Star Ocean to show you that I want more support over here when that particular Star Ocean is not for me?
it's a game you didn't like, and that's totally
Right.
fine. You shouldn't
Right.
feel forced to download and buy a game that you don't want just because.
Absolutely.
Now, Little Goody Two Shoes, I think just released today, if I'm not
Yep.
mistaken.
Oh,
That
did
game,
it really?
I think
Okay.
so. Let me check quick. Little Goody Two Shoes. There it is. That game looks sick.
It really does. It looks so good.
It's got that sweet 90s anime aesthetic, which is just
Right.
um it's
It
loading.
looks so it looks so fun. It looks so cute.
It's loading. Uh, X no, it can be V1. It can just replace the one that exists. It's fine. I don't need the other one. Come on, load. Load, damn it. It's loading still. As I'm trying to just I was just changing offsets on this stick. No, I don't care about that. It'll replace. Yes, replace it. Come on, load. Jeez. Oh my god, it's taking forever. But yeah, Little Goody Two Shoes looked really cool.
It really does. Like I did not realize that came out today. That's so cool. I got it in my wish list now. Keep track of it. But uh yeah, like but let's say for argument's sake that, we saw it. It wasn't something that we were particularly interested in and we didn't buy it and it ended up not doing well. Like as much as I feel bad about that, I don't think that should dictate what we get in the future,
It
right?
shouldn't.
Like,
Like, if the game isn't for everyone, you shouldn't have to buy a game you don't like just to support
right.
something else.
And just because you're a fan of the genre doesn't mean you're gonna like every game in that genre. Like,
That'd be like if
that's
PlayStation fans
ridiculous.
should buy every single JRPG that comes out if they like JRPGs,
Right.
but they're not going to because there's a
No.
ton, and
There's a ton and they're all so most of the time are so different from each other that they're not gonna strike a chord with everybody. And they shouldn't. Like, I shouldn't, as an Xbox fan, have to buy every JRPG that comes out to show that I'm a fan of JRPGs. I have tastes like everybody else does. I don't like every single one that comes out. Like a lot of people like Strangers of Paradise. I hated the demo of that, but I still bought the game and tried it eventually. Actually, I played it this year finally. And I liked it a lot better than I liked the demo of it, but I still didn't love it. It still wasn't something that I absolutely adored. But that being said, um, whether it is or it isn't, it doesn't it shouldn't dictate whether or not I get more JRPGs on my console because I liked Strangers of Paradise or didn't like Strangers of Paradise.
oop,
Me buying Star Ocean doesn't mean that I don't want more Star Oceans on my console. I just didn't like that one.
I don't think it was awful, but I do think there are issues with it that it's not perfect, and that's fine.
Yeah,
Hundred
I mean,
percent
for
fine.
people that loved it, like more power to them. Like I got a buddy who loved it so much that he bought it on PlayStation and Xbox, and he's like, "Oh my God, like I played through it twice." Like, well, that's crazy to me. Because like I, had fun with it. I finished the main game. I don't know when or if I'll ever go back for the DLC. I probably will at some point, but for me, it just wasn't what I was looking for, and that's fine. Neither one of us should be punished or praised for supporting the game or not supporting the game. Everybody's different tastes, and I just don't know how it correlates. You see that argument all the time on Twitter. Well, if this game did better, you guys would get more. It's like, well, yeah, but maybe that game
Yeah, but you know what
sucks.
games did do better? Like
What's that?
did good. Like you have games like Tales of Arise, and it's getting
Right,
DLC.
right,
You have games like Scarlet Nexus.
right.
Say what
Who
you will about
they
Scarlet
came out
Nexus's
and
story. I know some
right,
people
right.
hate it, but I'm like, it made perfect sense to me. Like I
And
knew exactly what it was going for, but it's not for everyone,
right.
that's for sure.
And they came out and thanked Game Pass specifically twice for being on Game Pass. Like, um, and I'm not trying to turn this into like a Xbox versus PlayStation thing. I'm just, you know, when there's a good game out there, it gets supported. It doesn't matter what console it's on. It gets supported because it's a good game. Scarlet Nexus and Tales of Arise are perfect examples. They came out around the same time. And at the time that Scarlet Nexus, at least, when that came out, I bought it day one, but I couldn't play it for like the first few weeks because I was out of town. My mother was ill and on her deathbed essentially, and it was something that I had to like push back and wait to play. Um, then when all that passed and I got around to playing it, it really helped keep my mind off of real life. On top of the fact that it was just an awesome fucking game to play, and whether I bought it then or whether I waited for a sale or whether I waited till it was on Game Pass, the fact that it's still a good game and it's still getting supported, it should be all that matters. Um, it
100%.
it it yeah,
100%.
like I didn't buy Persona 5 right off the bat because I had never played a Persona before. I played it on Game Pass first, and I loved it. And after I finished it, I bought it digitally, and then I bought two physical versions of it um, just to support it, even after the fact that I already supported it. Like, um, I don't do that, for everything, but I do that for things where I'm like, you know what, I really want to show that there's a market for this, and I went through a to like a craze where I started collecting Persona 5 stuff. I loved it so much. So I bought like a collector's edition steelbook. Then I bought like that collector's edition that comes with the treasure chest. And then I bought it digitally. So when it eventually was going to come off Game Pass, I would still have it. And I just I wish people would focus less on, oh, well, it sold more on PlayStation, so Xbox people don't care. You know, if I used to think I was one of the only people on Xbox that rallied for JRPGs until I got onto Twitter and saw how many of us there really are.
And
And I'm so happy.
that's not even everyone. That's just the people who are being
Right.
vocal about it. There's hundreds
Exactly.
of thousands of more people that are just out there doing whatever.
Exactly. Exactly.
Just buy your games, man.
It's
Play your games. Rock it
yeah.
out.
Yeah, yeah. Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
But yeah, little goody two shoes looks absolutely fantastic.
It looks so cute. It looks so fun.
I feel like it's gonna leave me emotionally scarred, but
Yes,
I'm down for a
absolutely.
good time.
I'm down the
um,
clown.
one of my friends played the demo they put out on Steam a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
Was like, I'm in.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like, okay, it's
Really.
good. It's good, boys. Let's go.
Awesome.
Which is nice to
Awesome.
see
I'd
that
love
it's
to
a
hear it.
smaller game that Square's actually publishing for once that isn't
Right.
trash.
Right.
I'm not gonna forget about
Absolutely.
you, Quiet Man.
Yeah.
Quiet Man was like an unfortunate circumstance of whatever. For some reason, the web
Yes.
store is not working for Xbox for me at the moment, but the regular Xbox is working, so I can just look it up there, which
Yes.
is useful. What else was there that was fun? I mean, like, it's pretty clear that there's a huge player base of RPG lovers on Xbox to begin
Yes.
with. Like, I know a lot of people back in the day bought the OG Xbox to play Morrowind. Like,
Right.
flat out, and I'm pretty sure there's probably just as many people who bought the 360 to play Oblivion.
Right. And
Okay.
then Skyrim. I mean, Skyrim's been re-released like 8 times. Like people fucking love it
Well,
on
Skyrim was
everything it
also available
seems.
on PlayStation, but Oblivion specifically
Right.
and Morrowind
Right.
were specifically Xbox console
Right.
games.
Right. Right. Right.
Same with like original Mass Effect, if I remember correctly. I'm not a big Mass
uh
Effect fan, so I wouldn't know for
yeah, I'm
sure.
not either. I'm not sure.
Mass Effect is one of those games that I just can't get into.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like I know Jamie is I see him post probably every other day
Jamie will post
about
everything else, and
Mass
he's
Effect.
friends with the pod, and I love that he loves it so much. But
Oh, he does. Yes.
if
Yeah.
I'm being
He
100%, oh, it's also Kotor, and then Jade Empire. I forgot about Kotor and Jade Empire.
right.
It's like there was so many good RPGs in the original Xbox, and yes, granted, a lot of Western ones, but you did see JRPGs start to creep on there because Shin Megami Tensei 9. Well, it never came over here. Was an Xbox exclusive.
Right.
Um, and it's so weird that it took so long to get Shin Megami Tensei in any form back on
Yes.
Xbox
Yeah.
after the fact.
And people love to forget or love to exclude that 360 era. Well, did it have more than Nintendo and Sony? No, I'm sure it didn't. The 360 had an assload of JRPGs still, some that were exclusive to us, or some that we had a better version of it than PlayStation had or whatever. The 360 era was a revolution for JRPGs for Xbox users. At least it showed that we could have just as many good ones as everybody else. And then the Xbox One launch happened, and
I
everything
mean,
fell
if you want to talk
apart.
about the Xbox One launch, I've done some research on what happened across the pond.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so I know some. I've talked to some people from Japan that
Yeah.
have that are more aware with it. So they didn't get the Xbox One for like 6 months plus after release. I think it might have been closer to a year if I remember correctly. But so the console not being available there from day one,
Yeah.
100% a problem.
Yes.
Uh, then you know games were harder to get. The Xbox versions of games were becoming harder to get there, and then they
Yeah.
stopped
Yep.
publishing stuff. To the point where some Xbox One versions, like physicals that are available in Japan, are super sought
Yeah.
after because they're in such limited print. For instance,
Right.
Sekiro: Shadows Die Twice, there was only
Yeah.
like 5,000 copies of it printed.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's a nuts low number. And it's like, yep,
Yeah. That's yeah.
most
That's
people just imported it
ridiculous.
because it's cheaper than trying to buy the original, like
Right.
Japanese version of it. Yeah. Oh, it makes 100% sense. But then you have this craziness that some of the services didn't work there, and then developers weren't as engaged because the PS4 was so well received.
Right.
And like it's there, it's didn't have to wait 6 7 months. So that's gonna hurt any cross-gen version. Like, why would you make a version of a game for a console you can't get in your country?
Right.
That's gonna hurt
Right.
indie devs. That's gonna hurt all sorts of people. So
Yep.
that that one mistake hurt Japan more than I think hurt the Japanese market a lot more than people give it credit for.
Yes. Yes. And it set Xbox back. I mean, how many years? Like it took so many years to start to recover from that misstep that we're still seeing ripples of it now, even.
Yep.
And we've come a long way since then. Phil and Sarah have done an amazing job trying to turn the ship around, and it's taken them. I mean, it's got to be going on 10 years now, to try to fix that
I
launch.
believe the original Xbox One's about 9 years old at this point. 2013.
Right?
No, it's
Yeah.
10 years. I mean, just about 10 years. And
Yeah.
tail
Yeah. Yeah.
10 years this fall. Actually, I
Yes.
think we're just
So
past its launch date. So yeah, it's about 10 years.
so to think about how big of a step that is to set us back basically a whole console generation where people just were like, Xbox One, who gives a shit? Like, you guys choked. You shot yourselves in the foot. You're done. Like, I was so shocked that Microsoft survived. Well, not as a company, the Xbox portion of Microsoft survived that. That like I feel like the Series X and the Series S are like a miracle that we even have them, and that we're doing so much better than I ever thought we would. Like Phil and Sarah have really done a lot of amazing things to make Xbox a force to be reckoned with, in certain terms at least.
I honestly feel like the Activision deal is going to mean a lot more than people.
Yeah.
Now, I've been saying it for a while, and a lot of people don't always listen to me, or they just ignore me, or don't
Right.
know I exist here on the internet. But Activision makes copies, like they make games, but
Right.
they also make localizations for Japan. Did you know that every Call of Duty game that's ever been released has a full Japanese dub?
No, I didn't know that.
Text, you get the dub, you get everything. Like
Wow, that's
every
crazy.
one of their games has that.
Yeah, I
Xbox
had no
needs
idea.
this. They needed this so bad because you know what you
Right.
can't play in Japanese? Psychonauts 2. And I think that's a fucking shame
Oh,
because Psychonauts
that is
2
a
is
shame.
like S tier. S tier
Yes.
game. Probably one of the best Xbox games ever. Uh oh. We're
And
getting a phone call.
having just gone through that myself,
That could kill my internet.
it-
You might explode. Yep, exploding has happened. We shall recover. We shall recover. We shall recover.
there we
Yes.
go. We're recovered.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. We're back. Yeah. It's stupid. It wasn't even important. It's probably telemarketer, like
Of
always.
course not. Of course not.
I'll get it fixed one of these days. Then I'll probably have to move because that's how it always works. But but yeah. Fuck. Was mid thought. We're talking about Xbox
Yes.
One. God damn it! I lost thought. Everyone's there like, this is what you were talking about. Yeah, but I was trying to fix the problem while I'm here doing stuff. Like, jeez,
Right.
guys.
Yes.
Mine's got to switch gears and I got to switch back, and it's like, uh. Luckily for, I think, luckily for Xbox, Capcom never left completely.
Yes.
If Xbox had lost Capcom support in a purely like everything, we would have been
Yes.
completely fucked.
Oh yeah,
Capcom
absolutely.
was
It would
like
have
a
been so
shining
hard to
light that
recover.
was just like there, and then like,
Yes.
despite the one weird ass skip, I know you're still mad
Yes.
about it. I know you're still mad
Yeah,
about it
I'm so mad about it.
because I don't blame you. Like, I don't understand why Mega Man Battle Network didn't get to come, or
It makes
Rockman
zero
Battle
sense.
Network,
Yeah.
if you
It
prefer.
makes it makes literally less than no sense.
And we get Ghost Trick. And what was
Right.
the other one we
Which
got that
makes
was
even
weird?
less sense.
We got an even weirder game, and it was like, yeah, you get that too. But what also is weird to me is that Monster Hunter
Hmm.
Stories, the JRPG Monster Hunter game,
Right.
DS PC only.
Why?
Why?
Right.
Like, I
It's
know
just
the
weird.
first one, whatever, like Monster Hunter Stories too. I've never played either of them, but like, oh, now it's on the Switch. Okay, if it's on the Switch, it should be on everything.
Right.
Like, I get it if it's a 3DS game, but like, we don't want to go through the effort of porting it, blah 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 blah. But it's on the Switch.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The Switch is a regular console. This isn't the same as
Right.
like taking Resident Evil Revelations and making into a console port for more
Right.
powerful hardware.
Right. Exactly.
Ugh. Just a giant what the fuck moment. Capcom has some weird
Absolutely.
choices, but
They really do.
thankfully we never lost support for like Resident Evil. It was
Yeah.
always there. I think Resident Evil's always done traditionally well, at least here
Yes. Mm-hmm.
on the Xbox. Maybe not as well in
Absolutely.
Japan, but there's also people that might import it
Right.
because
Yes.
uh like there's kind of no reason not to. If you because they have censored gore. I don't know if you know this, but gore is censored in Resident Evil.
I do. Yes. Yes.
And uh, for people who don't know, in Resident Evil 2 remake, there's the dude you pull like half of him out. You pull the entirety of him out in the Japanese version. And there's the dude where you like lift up his head and he's got the huge slash on his neck. That's all like just black. Because realistic gore is something you can't show in Japan. It's just censorship laws. If it's animated, you're totally okay. Bloodshot, blood everywhere, gore. That's why anime's so graphic. And the real life stuff is way more tame. Because people can tell the difference between animation and reality. Oh, it's this. Did I lose you? Are you there? Oh no. Did stuff explode again? Are you reading whatever? Party has died. Party has died. Okay, I'm just gonna try and sort this out here. We're having all the fun today.
There
Yeah,
we go.
there we go. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just fucked for whatever reason. But yeah,
Oh yeah. Yeah. It's all good.
where did you cut out?
It was hard to tell because you were cutting out for like 30 seconds straight, and I couldn't make out what you're saying, and then the party just died. Um, the last thing I heard is you said that the gore was censored,
Yeah,
and
I
then
was
I couldn't
explaining
hear
how the
anything
gore was
after that.
censored and stuff was like put down, like toned
Right.
down for whatever
Right.
sake. But I was saying that, but animated violence in Japan is okay. Like that's why you can have like anime where like a dude gets like shot or his arm flipped off and
Right.
blood's pouring everywhere because they're like you can tell the difference between reality and fantasy because it's not
Mm-hmm.
real people
Right.
because they teach people that it's not real.
Yes. Imagine that.
Funny how that works.
Exactly.
They still censor nudity though in most stuff, but
Yes.
it's very
Yes.
specific.
Yes. Yes, it is.
So that is what it is. But so far, like I don't know. But I think getting Bandai on board like way more consistently
Yes.
was also a huge get. Code Vein is
Oh,
a
absolutely.
fantastic game,
Absolutely.
and I don't think enough people gave it credit because they're like, "Oh, it's just a Souls clone." No, it's not. Not at all. It's just got boob physics. Yeah, no one cares.
Right.
If
Right.
people want to have boob physics in game, just let them have boob physics in game. Yeah, people
Right.
were.
It's not
I don't know if you've
even
seen this, but people were complaining about Persona 3 Reload
Mm-hmm.
with boob physics, and I was like, "What is
Oh,
this
really?
shit?" Yes. Let me see if I can find the
Like in this day
post.
and age, nothing like that should be shocking anymore. I don't. I
Well,
don't.
here's the thing though, and it's something I've noticed a couple times is if I'm watching or playing a thing and there is no jiggle physics, it looks weird and it like takes
Mm-hmm.
me out of it. And it's like, or whatever. Even if I'm not looking at it, like you expect them to move because they move in real life when people walk around.
Right.
If you've ever been
Right.
around someone who has any level of booba, so it's
Yeah. Like
just dumb to me that you would censor it.
exactly. Mm-hmm. Even from a like a non-perverted standpoint, it's just yeah. It's just it doesn't have to be gratuitous. They move when people move in real life. Like physics exists for a reason.
Yeah,
It'd be just as weird if they moved and their hair didn't move. I would be just as taken out by that.
I'm just trying to find it through all my likes of stuff. Uh, Here we go. This article is funny because hold on, let me swap here to. I think it was this one. Or you're not here, so you can go be invisible. Justin's alive. We have confirmed he is alive, but he
Oh,
has
he was
no
alive.
internet.
Okay. Uh-oh.
This article is funny because there are barely any text in it. It's just a compilation of screenshots of people's quote retweeting Faz. I know that Faz has immediately muted the tweets, making him laugh his ass off for the rest of the day. But Persona 3 Reload revealed some boobs. I don't even. I know this is really fast paced if I'm looking at, but they move a bit, but like your chest does move when move and
Right.
clothes doesn't move in a certain way. Ah, yes, nothing like outrage to say someone wanting to check notes. Aki Akihiko's ass physics. Truly the best example of journalism could have picked out. What is wrong with people? Literally.
Right?
Like, if you were playing a game and you're playing a game or you're watching a movie and someone's just so static and stiff that they don't even and they don't their skin doesn't move or their clothes doesn't move or their hair doesn't move when they walk,
Right.
it takes you out of it because you expect there to
Absolutely.
be like a move. It's like I'm watching something that's fake. And with
Right.
older games, you kind of are like, yeah, I'm playing a game. I get it because we didn't have the tech for that. We have the
Mm-hmm.
tech now, and boot physics
Yes.
have existed forever. Like it's kind of funny going back to like 360 and like um and older games and just seeing that there's boot physics. They're there. There's like the bouncing butts or whatever. There's you
Right.
know pulling and the way things stretch.
Right.
These people are artists. They do that make this. They make something that's realistic. Excuse me, realistic enough to sell the illusion that this is a real person moving,
Mm-hmm.
but not to the point where it's like, oh, it's gonna be so expensive. It's gonna just go overboard.
Right.
But I mean, sometimes it's like the way they have to make it so it looks like they move naturally. They're like way too buoyant. So there's actually, you remember in Code Vein, there's the lady who sits near the car and sells
Yeah.
you stuff.
Uh-huh.
If you put on photo mode and you like superhero jump, her boobs like literally like all over the place. It's hilarious.
Oh my God.
You just do the superhero jump and it does all the physics for a second and it'll just like fly off her chest basically. And it's
What the
funny,
fuck?
but at the same time it's like, but that's what you had to do to make them look large and in
Right.
proper proportion. It's like that'll never
Right.
happen in the game, of regular gameplay, but it's just because this specific effect in photo mode causes the physics to happen to them, and it does that. Because
Right.
she has to shift, and then they gotta move a little. Because again,
Mm-hmm.
if someone moves and they've got big boobs and they're wearing a shirt like that, it's gonna move. It's
Right.
just art. It's the way anatomy works. And when you learn anatomy and that, you try and keep it real. I'm sure there's a lot of games out there that have boob physics you don't even realize.
Absolutely.
It's just you don't see the character from that side. It's like I almost guarantee you any character, like any modern game with like a decent enough art budget, and unless the character's wearing like body armor or something where it's like they shouldn't move,
Right.
they're gonna move.
Right.
So getting mad about
Yeah.
boob physics is just dumb.
It's ridiculous.
It
And
it is
I
ridiculous.
want to preface the fact that, to your audience at least, I'm not even a boob guy. So the fact that I'm mad about it should tell you all that it just shouldn't happen. Like,
Yeah, you should just let stuff be what it is.
right. It is what it is in real life. It should be like that in the game too.
Well, if they want to program it however they want to make it,
Right.
that's their choice.
Right.
Stop trying to take the moral high ground and be like, well, I don't like this. We're just appealing
Yeah.
to men. It's like there are women that like boobs too. There are women that like to
Right.
be portrayed correctly.
Hmm. Yeah.
I know plenty of women with that hate it when there's a character creator and they can't make a character with large boobs to like because they have large boobs. It upsets them.
Right.
Why are you
Right.
trying to hurt people that exist? The
Right.
thing is, yeah, there's gonna be a dude's gonna make just be like turn the slider up to huge, but there's gonna be people that want to make themselves or make a character they like in a character creator. So if you don't give them the
Right.
option of a reasonable amount of boobage, they're gonna be mad.
Right.
Women are people too, and it's completely insane.
Well, hell, think about curvaceous women. Even that is something that only recent games have even started
Yeah,
dabbling
you're
in.
100%
Like,
correct. There are like,
yeah.
it's been a while. Like, women were
Mhm.
usually like super, super, super thin, and
Yep.
in games, like always like they got boobs, they got this, and it's like this diminished waist.
Yep.
It's like, but a woman that's like properly proportioned to have big boobs it doesn't happen.
Right.
And
Right. Exactly.
like you're only starting to see character models where they have like big thighs or that, and it's like I feel like, oh, it's a fetish. I'm like, is it though? Like, yeah, it's a fetish, but like, it's nice to have the option of
I
characters
mean,
that aren't
if we were
just
gonna censor everything that was a fetish, games wouldn't exist. Everybody fetishizes over something.
yeah. I
I mean,
mean,
there's
like
people out
people
there
be
that
like
love
be like,
feet,
oh well,
which I don't
Overwatch 2 would just
understand.
have robots. I know people who literally want to bang Ramatra,
Right.
like
Exactly.
unironically want to bang him,
Right.
and he's a
Exactly.
robot dude. And I'm like,
Right.
I mean,
Like,
you do you. I'm not
you
gonna
want
tell
to
you.
yeah, you want to de-fetishize something, get off the internet because it ain't gonna happen. There's a fetish
You
for every.
can't.
That's Rule 34 is literally if it exists, there's porn of it.
Oh yeah, don't look it up, boys. I haven't seen
Yeah,
it, but
yeah.
I know it exists. I don't even need to look it up.
Right?
Robo dongs are somewhere. I
I
just
mean, it just seems like such an unnecessary thing, especially in 2023. It seems like an unnecessary thing to get all up in arms about.
yeah, you could just literally. Here's the thought: not
Right.
watch, play, or do whatever. But I
Right.
mean, it's funny to have the characters who. I always find it endearing, actually, to have like a character who, you know, because women are interesting that way. Like, because unlike guys can't really see how big other guys' dicks are. But women, it's like the boobs are right there. And the boob
Yeah.
envy is a real thing. It is a real thing that people go through.
Yeah.
And it's really crazy that you wouldn't include options, to have bigger, have smaller. And people act like it's just weird because like I went to school with women, and it's so funny because it was like the one's like, oh, I wish I had more boob, and it goes like, if I could just pull some off and give it to you, I would.
Right.
And that was like not like a daily conversation, but just like it was a thing. They just say it in front of everyone. It wouldn't even care.
Yeah. 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 Absolutely.
So it just makes me completely bazonkers when we're finally starting to get, you know, women who are a little bit on the more plump side.
Right.
No, I'm
Well,
trying to say that in like a nice way, because like I'm not saying that they're fat, because it's not true at all. Plump women are
yeah.
just as hot, and
Right.
they're
Yeah. Yeah.
just as attractive, and I think it's a shame that they haven't been as
Represented.
represented in games. Because like
Speaking of that, just to get in there, so like this whole thing about censorship is stupid anyway. And I was gonna say, funny enough, one of the first things you see in Alan Wake 2 is a man's dick. Full on. Like no censorship. And it's just
that's why
crazy to
people are
me.
so mad about it.
Yeah, right?
Oh no, they
Exactly.
put tongue in my game. How could
Right.
they do that?
Yeah, right. Like it is just there to look at. And it's like, oh, okay. Like it
It,
me as a male who is a heterosexual, obviously I didn't go, wow, that's a cock. That's pretty nice. But it didn't bother me either. It was just there. It's a thing. Guys have them. They're fucking there, whatever. So like, you know, I don't have to be enamored by the nudity in order to think it's okay to be there.
yeah,
Like I
no,
think the
100%.
fact that there's a dick out there doesn't bother me just as much as if there were tits out there. Like they're whatever. They're the same.
It is. It's like they exist, and
Right.
when if you want to artistically censor things for the sake of sake of just, you know, your country doesn't allow you to have this, because there's a
Right.
lot of
Right.
Japanese games where you
Right.
just can't show that. Like Cyberpunk, you don't have an option to see genitalia.
Right.
It's always turned off.
Right.
That's just how that version of the game is.
Right.
But if you're playing a game like the nudity doesn't really add anything to Cyberpunk,
No.
but it's there because it's like gritty and realistic, and I leave it on
Right. It's
for
there because
myself
it can
because,
be. Yeah.
well, it's not even that it can be. It's that it would feel wrong to just be like, we're uniformly colored and have no nipples, and like there's like they take off their pants, there's nothing there. It would just be weird.
Right. Well,
Like,
it's just like, Baldur's Gate 3. Like they have an option in there where you can censor it if you choose to, but if you don't want to, you can see it all uncensored. Like that's the way it should be handled
yeah, it should
instead of
just be
this
a
forced
checkbox or
censorship.
a thing. It's like
Yeah,
you get to
absolutely.
you get to decide what you want to see in the game. Like,
Exactly.
this game features nudity. Do you want to turn that off? Yes or no? Um,
Right.
what game was it that had that option? I know Baldur's Gate has that option, but there was another game. I think like Starfield had something. No, that was
Conan
the
had it, I'm
pronoun.
pretty
There was a
sure.
pronoun thing, and that like, do you want to like you get to pick your pronoun for your character, how people will address
Right.
you, and you get to pick. And someone blew
Right.
that out of proportion. Like, it's like, I can't believe they're
Yes.
doing this. I'm like, yeah, but it's a single player game. You never have to deal with someone who's going to pick them, they.
Right.
And then we had the same conversation with I had the same conversation with Draco yesterday about Spider-Man.
Yeah.
And people were talking because apparently there's a bunch of like weird censorship and, for lack of a better word, woke
Right.
influence in the game in the Western version, and he wanted a version that didn't have that because like
Right.
the Spanish dub, I believe it was. I'd have to look it up, but he was talking about they like changed words to make them like
Oh,
gender
okay.
neutral, and he's like, that's
Right.
just dumb. People don't talk like that because remember,
Right.
Spanish, like French, and there's another one I can't remember, are like their languages where you like gender things.
Right.
Like nouns have like a male and a female, masculine, feminine
Right. Yeah.
forms.
Yeah. Yeah.
That to change that is
Right.
completely weird.
Right. Well,
So,
and it's like you're insulting their culture by trying to make it good for everybody rather than, the people in that
but then I
country
made
or
the
whatever that are going to
joke,
play
and
it.
it kind of comes down to it. But it's like if we're gonna like take gender pronouns and whatever to make it required in a game like Spider-Man. Shouldn't you change the
Right,
title too? Should it be Spider Them or Spider They?
right, right,
Like, I'm okay with you like putting in new characters, giving people the option, or having them exist. Like,
right.
I'm okay with this. The problem is when you're like, we have to change the whole thing to be gender neutral to not upset anyone. These characters are
Yeah,
gendered. We already know that it's Spider Man.
right.
I
Well,
just
hell, to take that, like we both watch and love Angry Video Game Nerd.
Mhm.
Remember he makes that joke about X-Men.
Yeah,
He's just like, I mean, I guess it is kind of sexist when you think about it, but what is it supposed to be? Like X people? That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound good.
yeah, yeah. That was a good bit. Like X
Right.
people, X that. It's like,
Yeah.
eh, yeah. If you take political correctness to a point where it's just like where like everything's super politically correct, you literally
Right.
just lose everything you're trying to do.
Right.
And that's kind of why I absolutely love watching and playing Japanese content. But I have
Right.
such a problem with them, with people being like, "Well, you can't show this," but Cyberpunk can show like full on like nudity. Baldur's
Right.
Gate 3 can show full on nudity,
Right.
but I can't have a pantsuit shot in an
Right.
anime game
Exactly.
because
Exactly.
censorship is so weird, especially when it's like,
It is.
but they're cartoons. So, what does it
Like,
matter? It's just the
shouldn't
silly
that
thing.
make it more okay?
Yeah, really.
Instead of
Like,
less? Like,
have you people never watched like Eon Flux? I love when people are like, well, Japan's the one that did it. Incorrect, sir.
right.
Incorrect. There exists back in the day because I stumbled upon them when I was looking for old Sabrina the Teenage Witch comics
Yeah.
for a project I was working on. There is basically a porn parody of Sabrina. I can't remember what she's called, but it exists, and you could probably look
Yeah.
it up. And she just like bangs everyone, and I'm
Right.
like, what the hell? And that's
Right.
from like the 60s, 70s era.
Right.
You're just
Right.
like,
Right. Right.
if this existed then it's like, oh no, Japan's the only one that sexualizes cartoons. No, everyone
Definitely not.
sexualizes cartoons. Just get over it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
If it looks like it's someone you can sexualize, they're gonna do it. Doesn't matter.
Absolutely. Like again, Robot Chicken, I think's got probably just a handful of skits and where in which people are talking about like from the dawn of time, people specifically even men in the skits, but have wanted to fuck robots, right? So like, it's gonna be like a thing forever. It's always been a thing. It'll always be a thing. Like if we can fantasize about it in a sexual way, it's going to happen, which is why Rule 34 exists in the first place.
Yep. And that's why I just get
Like,
so bummed out when people are like, oh, we can't have sexy things
yeah,
because like Galgun is not as lewd as people think it is.
right. Like, if you told somebody about it and you didn't give them any context, they'd be like, wow, that sounds really porny. I don't know if I like that. And then you actually play it and you're like, oh, I mean, it's not anywhere near as bad as I thought it was in my head. Why, I wonder why, oh, now I know why it's getting such a bad rap because, people only hear what they want to hear. They only fixate on, well, um, there's an achievement in the Gal gun that we got.
Grim Guardians
Grim Guardians, right.
or Gal Guardians if you
For
care.
right.
Changed.
For, getting all the panties. Out of context, that sounds like, wow, that's kind of a racy achievement. But then when you play the game, you're like, oh no, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not at
it
all. Like
basically
actually,
like
like
when they
it's
got
a wholesome
teleported, their
thing.
underwear got teleported somewhere else, and you got to go
Right.
find them
Like
all.
it's a good thing that you're doing it. It's not a perverted thing. Like if anything, it's the opposite of
Yeah,
perverted. They
you're
don't want
trying to
anything to
give
do
them
with it.
back their underwear, not the other
Right.
way around.
Exactly.
It's not like
Exactly. Like context is
Danganronpa
so important.
where you
Right.
where you like meet max level with people and they give you their underwear. Dudes
Right.
included. The
Right.
dudes
Right.
also give you their underwear.
Right. Yeah, context I feel like is very important. And when people nowadays especially just want to censor everything,
I
it's like the
mean,
last thing that they worry about is
that's
context.
like my absolute favorite is like if you mention a game like Panty Party, people like,
Right.
what the fuck is this? That stupid perverted
Right.
thing. It's literally just sentient panties in a third person shooter fighting.
Right. Right. Like
There's
that
no
sounds
people
goofy as
involved.
shit.
It says dirty as
Right.
shit, but you look at it, you're like, that is dumb but hilarious.
Right. There's no way that like a normal person is going to see that and think it's kind of hot. I think I'm going to think some things about that. It's like goof game. Like it's not
Oh, it's a
meant to be
parody.
taken seriously.
They made it
Right.
specifically because Sony was doing the censorship thing.
Right.
It wasn't allowed in the PlayStation, by the way.
Right. Of course not.
I don't know
Which
if they even tried to make an Xbox version, but I know it was not allowed on the PlayStation for some
and
reason.
again,
I don't understand what the fixation is against like pants you shot and underwear in particular. It makes
yeah.
no sense to me because I'm like, people wear it.
Right. Well, again, let's take Tales of Arise again. So people are like, "Oh, why would you buy Tales of Arise on Xbox over like the PlayStation, for example?" Well, the PlayStation's missing a really funny character interactions with the hot tub scenes because they don't get that version.
Wait, they
It's
didn't get the
only
hot
on
tub scene?
no, they don't get that. Only Xbox and PC got it.
With the whole bit about him with
The
trying to heat
whole
the
bit,
what?
yeah, yep. Like and all of it's good. It's not even in there. Like it's just completely fucking
It's not even
excluded.
sexual. It's
It's
funny.
not. It's not sexy at all. You don't see any nudity in it. It's all comedic. It's all for laughs and like they cut it out for the fear of, well, there's a hot tub scene, so we can't have that. Yeah, but it's not like what you think. It's not, like a porn hot tub scene. It's like an anime where it's just goofy, like over the top misunderstandings or dialogue that just makes everything super funny. Like
I
it's
don't want to
not.
I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't seen it or can't see it, but you should look it up if you played the PlayStation version and couldn't see that because I did not know that.
Oh yeah,
That is
it's
absolutely
crazy.
ridiculous because that was
It's
one of
so
that was
ridiculous.
such a funny scene.
It was. And again, I feel like it was some businessman in an office that decided that that should be cut without hearing any context about the scene. He made up his mind about it as soon as he heard what it was, and that was it. It's like, well, yeah, but if you let me explain to you it, nope, can't have
Mm.
it. They all look like kids and teenagers, can't have it. Yeah, but they're not. I mean, they are naked, but you can't see anything,
They're not
and
even
it's
they're
not
like wearing
about
towels and stuff, like just like
right,
you
right,
wouldn't
right.
anything else. And you don't have to
Yeah, and
render,
like
and they're not
nothing
gonna
is
render out the genitals and nipples anyway because it's
right.
anime
Exactly,
stuff. I think
exactly,
Alfred
absolutely.
might, but I honestly didn't pay attention.
Like Persona 5 had more suggestive scenes in the game than that
100%.
hot tub scene was at all at its
If you do
worst.
any of the dates with any of the girls, it's crazy. Even some of the things they say are way more suggestive.
Right. Well, hell, even in the animated cutscenes, some of them, like there's one where all the male characters are staring at On's chest, and like that is more blatant than anything that happens in that hot tub scene in Tales of Arise.
Yeah.
And it's just funny to me that it gets cut because of the implications of what it could mean and not what was actually
Could you
done.
imagine looking at boobs? What's
Right?
wrong with
How
you?
dare?
Like, how dare you put?
How dare?
It's ridiculous.
Yes, it really
I,
is.
I'm. I don't. When I say I'm like against censorship, I'm against censorship for a lot of reasons, but mostly because it
Yeah,
just doesn't make sense.
yeah,
Like, I'm totally okay if you want to just skip a scene for whatever reason, but like the silly hot tub scenes are always like super funny
yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
there's one
Absolutely.
in the Santa Kagura Neptune and Santa Kagura one that's pretty hilarious, and they're like talking about stuff, and you get your usual gags, but they're all wearing towels,
Sure.
or
Right.
it's
Yeah. Yeah.
super foggy, so they're like there's mist on it, or
Right.
it's one of my favorite bits from the Neptune anime is when they're on the nude beach, and it's like, oh yeah, there's mysterious light grass that keeps everything PG. So like there's all these naked women on the beach, but there's mysterious light beams just covering them in just the right way so you can't see anything. And it's like
Right.
love it. But they completely, and there's a little bit where she's like pretends to get Nate to take off her swimsuit, but she didn't really, because there's like this weird seaweed that does the same
Right.
thing, and it's just a funny little bit
Right.
because they like trick someone to getting naked, basically.
Right. 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 Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just,
Yeah.
but again, you don't see anything because they're all light beams. It's just like, who
Right.
cares?
Yeah, like, as far as censorship goes, like I'm all for individual censorship. If you as a person wants to watch a movie or play a game or whatever that has content in it that you don't want to see, I'm all for there being an option for you to like block it or
Change the
skip
color of
skip
blood.
past it, something.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if you
like
want to be
just
like,
some
what
sort
color
of
blood do you want?
ex-
Didn't
right.
does Resident Evil have that option actually? Now that I think about it, I'm just gonna.
One of them does, but I can't remember which one it
Uh,
is.
I think all the thing is that like I don't use these options ever. I just play whatever the way it is, except for
Right.
changing the
Yeah.
voice. I play all the new ones in Japanese audio because they keep changing the voice cast in English, so I'm not dealing with that anymore.
Right. 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 But yeah,
But
so
that's a
I'd be all
choice too,
for
right?
exactly. Yeah,
Oh
I'd be
no.
all for there being a choice. But this mass censorship shit is just
Uh, phone calls again. Everyone's gonna scuff the crap out of my shows. Why you do this to me, everybody? Why you do this? Scuffed. Scuffed. Sorry,
the phone rang.
phone ring again, because someone's gotta scuff up things, and again, it's
Yeah.
nobody.
Right.
Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah,
Yes.
but that's the thing. Like, if you want to have censorship options in your game to be like, yeah, I don't want to see blood or gore,
Right.
or I don't want to see
But
dismemberment.
right. Like I still want to enjoy Resident Evil, but I don't want to see any of the like the shit that goes with it. Like, okay, fine. There's an option there. But do not censor it for me when I want to see all that shit. Do not. You have no right to tell me what's good or bad for me.
It should be under accessibility. I don't have one. I definitely remember there being one with a blood color option.
I
or
don't think
something.
it was one of the newer ones. I think it was one of the older ones that did.
Honestly, I feel like with Resident Evil in particular, it's so over the top to begin with that like I don't
Right.
see it as. Is it Dead
Yeah. Like
Space?
yeah. Oh, you know what? It might have been.
I know Dead Space remake
No.
has an option
Uh,
for if there's something
it's
graphic coming. Now, my brother played with this on. It actually warns you when something graphic's about to happen, like someone's gonna like commit suicide or something.
Right.
And again, it's an option. You don't have to use it.
Right. And then the game that came out that was like the successor to Dead Space.
Oh,
That's got something like that in it
Callisto
too.
Protocol.
Yes, that. I think that's got a bunch of accessibility options in there like
I'm gonna
that.
look at the I'm gonna look at the Dead Space ones for a second here. I got my Xbox booted up and I can show everyone what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I'm okay with stuff like this because like it's your choice if you want to use it or not.
Right.
I also love that when a game gets added to EA Play, even if I downloaded it or installed it off of disc or Game
Right.
Pass, I could just play it. I've had weird
Right.
problems with PlayStation where it's like, nope, you gotta reinstall it.
Right.
But why? They're not different.
Right. Right.
It's the same game. Yeah, content
Yes.
warning. Vomiting, blood, gore, deaths. Like, that's the thing. It's like, you should know going in that that's what's depicted. I kind of feel like, in particular, um, like horror games, they lean into this kind of thing, where
Right.
it's just a thing that they have. So hold on, it's accessibility, I believe. Yes. Okay. We got colorblind mode. We got show content warning. Hide disturbing
Right.
scenes.
Yeah.
The
And
audio
see, like
is not affected,
it
but like,
it doesn't wreck my enjoyment that somebody else has options, right?
yep. Aim assist is under
And
its own. It's under accessibility where it should be. I don't like that it's on some games. You can't use it in certain difficulties.
right.
I find that really
Yeah,
dumb.
The Resident Evil remake is really bad with that. All three of the remakes where, like, if you play it on the lowest difficulty, auto aim is just on, and I'm like, ugh, bleh. Like, still
I gotta
that
be
should be an
honest.
option.
These options are actually pretty good. Like subtitle, you can pick what color. If it's white
Right,
on black, black on white, how
right,
opaque the background is, how
right,
big it is. These are really good. Um,
right.
this is the kind of thing I just want in everything. Like you could literally do this exact same thing. Like hide disturbing scene, like show content warnings.
Right.
Like these could easily be applied to games with some sort of sexual thing in it.
Absolutely.
But we don't see this. Like I don't get why this is a problem.
Right. Well, it's the same argument that these like the Dark Souls enthusiasts have, where they don't think an easy mode should exist. It's like, well, it doesn't affect your experience. It only affects someone
I
else's.
think
So,
adaptive difficulty is not a problem.
yeah, absolutely.
I think it's more than accessible, more than just an accessibility thing. Like, do you want to
Right.
play the game on like a super hard mode? Do you want to play the game when you're in like I don't think it's that crazy to be like I want to play the game and it's just not super hard or I don't
Right.
or I can have unlimited heals.
Right.
Like do achievements really matter that much to people? Like if someone has unlimited heals in a Dark Souls game, does it really take away your enjoyment if you want to play it hardcore? Like I know I'm a weirdo and I played the first two naked and beat them. You start with literally
Yeah.
nothing and go from nothing to like beating the game.
Right.
But I don't think the easy mode thing is a problem. But
I don't think so either.
Elden Ring kind of dealt with it in another way, where excuse me, because the world was open, you could kind of just explore and do things at your own pace and find something you actually
Right.
could fight. Be like, well, I
Right.
don't want to fight this yet, and then just find something else to do, and then go off
Right.
on your own adventure. And it kind of
Right.
gives you this, well, a daunting giant world, gives you
Sure.
agency over your style of play and how you're going to get through things.
Right.
But giving people an option to not see panty shots, I think if it upsets them that much, I would honestly, I would love for someone to implement that. Put the game out, but make it a toggle. Like you have to say yes or no before you start the game. Do you want to see panty
Right.
shots? Yes or no?
Right.
And I would love for a fact for the developer to be like, yeah, only like 2% of people didn't want to see them.
Yeah.
Because I
Exactly.
feel like that
Release
would be the
release
split.
the
Like it would
yeah.
be most of the people that play it, like, yeah, whatever. I want to see the
Yeah.
original creative. Like this is what the creators wanted to do. If you don't want to see them, you can hit this switch right here. Never have to see them. You can adjust them the
Right.
options if you change your mind.
Right.
Because I feel like most people don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, I would argue that most people don't care or are so indifferent to it that they're just like whatever, just yeah, that's fine. I don't care.
And the only
Like
people who are trying to be like, we should censor this are Twitter zealots or
yeah,
Reddit zealots that are like, no,
Yeah,
we need this, and they're like at some sort of echo chamber, and they were never gonna play the game to begin with.
absolutely.
Because I remember someone got mad. Because I was playing. I said I was like, they're like, oh, I was playing Rise of 2,
Yeah,
and it does that thing where like when she crouches and goes to like go through something, it like goes right up her butt. And
yeah,
I'm like, that could be a technical limitation, just the way the camera works, and they didn't want to work around it, or it could be a stylistic
sure.
choice. And they're like, you can see her vagina through it because it's like it's a different color there. And I'm like, why did you look? Like, it's just like there's a butt there, whatever. It's like
Right. Like,
I don't know
if
what
you
that's
have such a
supposed to be.
problem with it, why are you looking for it?
Yeah, really. I just
Like, I remember when Near Automata, the demo, mind you, first came out, and people were posting all these things online of like to be on a ladder, and they're like, you can see her asshole and you can see her vagina lips, and I'm just like, I mean, I didn't believe that you could, but some of the pictures looked convincing. But even if you could, I'm like, okay. I mean, why, like you had to angle the camera that way to see it. Like it doesn't do that by default. Like you went to look
I
to see what you
honestly
could
think
see.
if you've never watched it, you should watch the anime New Game because there's
Yeah,
a whole bit about her because one of the people's like a game tester and they're like making a game and she's testing the game and she's
yeah,
like doing this bit so she can see up the character skirt and check for underwear
yeah.
like as a joke. And the
Right, yeah,
programmer
yeah.
sees it's like this is a bug. We have to fix this. And the director's like, no, it's a feature.
Yeah, that's
And
right. Exactly.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
It's
And
like
like,
so dumb.
yeah, people were just up in arms the fact that you could like make out like what was what. And I was like, I mean, I feel like you're at that point you're literally looking for things to bitch about,
Oh,
and
you mean
then
like
your
those people
opinion
that
shouldn't
used to look
matter.
at Disney movies back in the day?
Right, exactly.
You
But like
remember
but
you
but
remember
but
that
would do it.
shit. If people
No,
don't remember
absolutely,
this
yeah.
shit, people like these concerned parents used to watch movies and be like, if you slow down this movie and play it backwards, it says sex in the clouds or something stupid like that. And you're just like,
Yeah.
who's gonna watch a movie like that?
Right. Right,
You
right,
have to
right.
literally go frame by frame and play it
Right.
backwards to see this. What's
Right.
wrong with you?
Yeah, yeah. It's ridiculous.
Oh, I had to put it in
Yeah.
photo mode, and then you had to go right up her butt, and then her underwear disappeared.
Right.
It's like, but you had to go right into her butt.
You had to literally go look for it to find it. And they're like, "Well, yeah, but it shouldn't be there at all." Like, but um, it's there in real life. Why would it not be there in the game? Well, because it doesn't need to be there in the game. Look at the hoops that you had to jump through to even see it. It's not like it's in a cutscene. Like, what the fuck?
Is you start the cutscene, it's like right, like pulls out. Yeah, okay, whatever. But like, that would be like if you started a game, and it starts with like dad pulling out, and it's like from the inside, like it's like
Right,
dick POV or whatever. Just be like,
right,
that would be one thing. But we're talking about you had to turn on photo mode. You had to like go like this and jump through like 4 or 5 hoops to get it that you could
right,
look up this person. Oh, if you did it in this
right,
exact pose, then it works. I
right,
was just like, please
right,
just never consume a form of media ever again.
right.
Never, never.
Yeah,
Uh, we should not censor things based on people that are that dumb.
yeah, totally.
Just stop giving them attention and eventually go away. At least we
Yeah,
can
no kidding,
hope.
man.
We can at least hope.
Absolutely.
I don't know where Justin usually gets the list of new games that are coming up, but
I can look at the
uh,
store.
that's what I was gonna do. Coming soon, because he usually finds weird ones, and then we have to go look them up.
Right.
Wait, when's this come out?
When's what come out?
RoboCop, because Canon
It's
literally
it's
November
it's
2nd.
real soon. It's
Well, because
like
I just gonna
tomorrow or this week
it's
or something.
tomorrow, but I'm just gonna
Yeah.
point this out for you. Karen was literally tweeting about having it.
I mean, I know a couple people that got early access to it.
Yeah, here I will switch to it. No, he has a physical. Like he's literally got the physical.
Huh.
This is the one we want. Yep, there it is. Uh, it's got Japanese subtitles too on Xbox because he checks for stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I watched a couple in-depth reviews of the RoboCop game, and it sounds like it's really good. Like it's got little problems like most games like that do. Like it's got some bugs and it's got some like the character models aren't the greatest looking, but like I guess the game is super fun. Like like to the point where people are saying it's actually worth the price, the full game price. And I was like, wow, that's.
It's a little
I mean, I'm
under full
glad to
game
hear it.
price here digitally, but it exists. So I just wanted to point
I
out that
believe.
they already had it, so it was just here
Oh,
on the
okay.
list.
Yeah, it's 60 for us over here.
Finis.
And then like the collector's edition or whatever, or like the digital deluxe or whatever is like $20 more. Um, something like that. But um
Psychological based puzzle game. Finis. I'm assuming that's how you say it.
oh, you know what? The Alex Murphy edition is actually already out. You must get early access when you buy that.
Weird. I just mean like he's got a physical copy. He put a tweet up about
Right,
it.
right. Yeah,
So
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Early access 48 hours before
it
the
may just
official
got it
launch.
may just
Okay.
been the way it was shipped. You know, like they
Sure,
didn't
yeah,
get
yeah,
shipped
yeah.
from the States this time
Right, right.
because they have a ridiculous. If you do not follow Karen 1997 0919 on Twitter,
Mm,
they're the person who has like an insane game collection to the point where I'm like absolutely jealous.
right, right, right.
They don't console war. They just like Xbox.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's the way it should be. Like people like I actually in the last like 6 months, I want to say I think I've gained more PlayStation only or PlayStation Nintendo people as followers than just flat out Xbox ones because they're just people that like the game and they just want to be around people that want a game. And like you can have a preference. I don't care about that. You can prefer to not play on Xbox. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want people to shit talk each other for their preference. Like I don't care if somebody plays on PlayStation. It doesn't make my experience any less. But when you start going, "Oh, you're fucking Xbox. There's nothing there, and you're a piece of shit. And you don't deserve anything." Like that's when I start getting, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna play. I used to sit there all day and argue with people like that, and I realized that you just can't because they're never gonna change. They're only doing it to get a reaction out of you anyway. So I just
Yeah.
started blocking them, and now I hardly ever see console warring on my timeline
I don't
anymore.
know. You get some weird comments from people every once in a while. I'm like, okay, but did it hurt you? Like, what's the problem?
Right, 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 right.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Finis seems a little more in depth than I originally put it up with. Finis is a puzzle game with a difference. We create a psychological evaluation based on your choices. In each universe offers a different experience: terror, calm, destruction, more, progress. And you can choose between 8 completely different paths for each. Take you to a unique ending. Okay, that's interesting.
Hmm.
It's supposed to be out today at 20
Okay.
o'clock my time.
Huh. Well, that's just what? That's just 2 hours away.
Yep, interesting looking puzzle game. It's not very expensive, so maybe if you're interested in
Right?
that. And like we said, Little
right?
Goody Two Shoes is out today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, check that out maybe.
Yeah,
I have so
I
much
just
stuff to play
dropped.
right now. I'm just like, yeah.
Yeah, not only am I playing Alan Wake 2, but I just dropped $50 on Overwatch 2 coins to get that damn uh cosmetic set for the the uh what do you call it? The
The advanced skins.
crossover. Yeah. So it was 6,800 points, which is $68 essentially, give or take. But if you buy the $50 bundle right now, you actually get 7,500 in it rather than 5,700. So you can afford all the skins for $50 and still have a little left over. But um, they also sell all the characters' skins individually with I think with their said emote and oh you get a player card too. You get an emote and a victory pose and a player card.
Yeah, because
Um,
you need to squad up. But this they want you to have 5 friends to have all the skins so you can play.
I really hope that five of us get them because that's gonna be so fun. I went in there and looked at in like the practice range and I looked at all of them and like Tracer's the only one that still kind of just looks it looks all right, but everybody else's looks great.
Yeah, the only two I'd really use would be Kiriko and
Steven Kiriko,
Diva. Yeah,
yeah.
because I don't really
Imagine
play
if Anna
DPS.
got one.
It would have been so
If
funny to
Anna
have
got
one
one,
actually.
yeah. I
His
think she's
grandma.
young enough at heart too, where she could have pulled it off.
I want to show more of the Smurfs 2 game, but there's nothing here. So we're gonna move on. There's not even a video or some screenshots. RoboCop, which is also supposed to be out tomorrow. The Talos
Yeah, that's
Principle 2. Um, I didn't play the first one. Did you play the Talos Principle? It's like a puzzle game,
no,
right? Where you like,
no, I've never even heard of it.
it looks like there's ancient laser beams. Oh no, they look like modern laser beams, like puzzles and stuff, and it looks kind of cool. But why did I think this one was gonna be on Game Pass? Am I tripping? I think I am tripping.
I think you are tripping.
I remember it being revealed at a Xbox conference though.
Right?
Okay, guys, you could have
Uh,
kept the Ebenezer Scrooge game.
dude,
Wait,
that
is this a Christmas
it's a
themed
Metroidvania.
Metroidvania spook
Yeah.
where you play as
It
Ebenezer
looks it
Scrooge?
looks it legit looks fun. Like I'm not even gonna lie. It looks really good. It looks super fun.
Oh my god, it's like they could
Yeah.
have at least slapped it on a week. When's it release again? Oh,
Ebenezer's already
it's
out,
only got English text, but you get a ass load of audio options.
right?
Mandarin,
Oh no,
English,
it comes out
French,
tomorrow.
German, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Portuguese, Portugal, Russian, Spanish. That seems surprising for a game of this scope. Okay. All
Right?
right. I'll put it on the old wish list. That looks like it actually
Yeah.
could be a fun time.
100%. It looks like it's gonna be fun. It looks stupid fun.
A new Jumanji game. Does anyone care?
Nope.
Oh, this looks bad.
Especially not for $40, especially. Like that looks like an old like Xbox 360 arcade game, but they charge $40 for it.
Okay. All right, we're gonna move on then.
Yes.
Oh my god, I forgot that this is the thing that was coming. DreamWorks All Star Kart Racing.
Yes. Yes. But
Because you
see,
need
I
to
feel
have
like
Shrek throwing onions at people.
right? I feel like it's gonna suffer the same way that like the Disney one did, and it's gonna go free to play in like a month or two, and people that spent money on it are gonna feel gypped.
It looks okay, but can we just make like a fun kart racer game first and just I mean, it's not super expensive, at least.
No, but 35, well, almost $35 for the base is kind of expensive for a kart racer that may or may not have the same quality that like Mario Kart or Crash has. Um, like you can screw up a kart racer really bad. Like I mean, look at Dragon Kart. Like I understand it was like just a stupid little mini game within a game, but that's how bad you can screw one up is if it just doesn't control right or doesn't feel right.
Yeah, I mean,
And
like I expected it to just be like not the best because of what it
right,
is, but
right.
Dragon Kart,
Like
for people who don't know, Dragon Kart is a mini game in uh, Yakuza 7, like a dragon, where you race around on carts. I think you could flush it out to be a fun game, though. It's just
oh, totally.
they obviously didn't
Yeah.
put a ton of effort into it because it's like
Right. And for like a stupid little mini game, it's fine. Like I don't like hold it to any super high regard where like it lost points because it wasn't super good. But like when you're gonna charge $35 for it, it better at the very least be fun and
yeah.
controlled well.
Does it
And I
even have? Hold
guarantee
on,
that it doesn't.
I wanna see something right now. Oh, it has local multiplayer at least.
Well,
2 to 4.
that's a
That is a plus because I don't think
that
Disney
is a
Infinity
plus.
did or Disney whatever the hell they called it did. I don't know. I will wait and see on that one. See what people.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's get a pulse reading on it because I'm not against buying a kart racer. Just like
Yeah.
I mean, there's really good ones out there that no one even talks about. Like Team Sonic Racing is actually a really fun kart racer type game that
Right.
I think
Right.
does not get enough exposure to having. I like when kart racers have a mode where you don't have to just mercilessly beat your friends up. Like there's
Right.
an option. There's an option to and an option not to. Because sometimes you just want to be friendly.
Right.
Team Sonic Racing is really good for that. I, honestly, was worth the I think $25 I spent on it.
Right.
I was like, this is gonna be like whatever, but surprisingly competent.
Right.
Tower Defense, Call of Toys. It's very Christmas themey. It's a tower defense game that looks like it was ported from mobile. I'm not gonna say
Yeah.
anymore. Moving on.
Yep.
The Invincible. Now this is an interesting game. I've talked about it a couple times. I looked into it when I saw it, but it's like an adventure game, from my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
We're like on a planet and you're trying to find stuff, find clues to what happened. And there's a writer in it. Did I tell you? Because it's from a studio that's like you're not gonna tell me. From the Invincible by I don't even know how you're supposed to say that. There's like a weird. It's not in English, but yes, the Invincible looks pretty cool. It's got a sick aesthetic. It's got like good graphics.
Sure.
I mean, like it looks aesthetically pleasing. They look
Right. Right,
everything
right.
looks like it fits like it should. Got that weird like I want to say 50s sci-fi look
Right.
where it's like still grounded in like 50s tech, but sci-fi
Right.
enough.
Yeah.
Is it something I'm probably gonna check out? Maybe a little later. It's honestly there's so many games right now. It is so hard,
Right.
but that's out on the
Yeah.
6th, which should take us to next week if I'm not mistaken.
I
Yeah, it's next
believe that
Monday. Yes.
yeah.
The Xbox physical is available for that one. I have seen it places. Um, if you like adventure games, I would check it out. Football Manager 2024 Console Edition. I said the whole thing about it.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
sure we have
literally it.
nothing else to add.
Nope. Not a thing.
Tintin Reporter. Am I reading this right? Cigars of the Pharaoh?
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like Tintin.
Right?
That's pretty positive, actually. Like, it looks like the last movie they did aesthetically. Maybe Tintin looks a little young there, but pausable. Pausable is a gameplay accessibility option now.
That it's kind of a sad statement.
It's true. There's a lot of stuff that's online only.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
Imagine how much easier it is for kids nowadays to explain to their parents that I can't pause the game. Um, like when I was in my low 20s is when low to mid 20s is when like games started actively being online all the time,
yeah,
and having to explain to somebody that I couldn't pause it was mind-boggling to them because they were like, "What do you mean you can't pause it? It's a game." Like, yeah, but it's an online game, so it doesn't work that way.
yeah,
Nowadays, kids would be like, "I can't pause it," and they'd be like, "Yeah, I know you can't pause it. Just when you're done with that match, go do your homework or whatever." It's like
yeah.
crazy, crazy.
It is crazy. I don't know.
You know,
Cigars to the Phantom. It looks decent, but I don't know if it's gonna sell well at that price. But it's got Tintin attached to it, so I don't know.
right?
Uh, Spellforce, Conquest of Eo? Why do I think I've heard of this before? It looks like it's a tile-based. Is this a tile-based? Puzzle trivia. I don't know if puzzle's what I think of, but I don't
Isn't
know
it
what this is
like
supposed to. It
isn't it like borderline RTS? Like you have like
it's
no,
tile-based though. I can see the hexes.
yeah. And you have like armies and stuff to command, I think, or troops or something.
Yeah, it reminds me of like an old board game or something.
Right.
Those hex-based board games are very popular in like the mid 2000s.
Right.
Hmm. Lost Islands. This looks like
Lost Islands.
Islands. I like saying it like that because it's fun. This explorer an
Yes.
exploration RPG that combines adventure, escape, fantasy, all in one game.
I cannot believe that this is $35. Like nothing against the game. I don't know a lot about it. I don't want to like sound negative, but I think you got balls charging $35 for a game like this. Um, like it's not breaking the mold with anything that it's doing,
I
and
mean, what are you talking
I'm
about? You got
more than
Fred the
sure.
skeleton. He'll talk to
Yeah.
you. He's a bro.
Well, you know what? You got me there. You got Fred the skeleton. I didn't consider that in my initial speech.
I mean, aesthetically it's okay, but it kind of reminds me of like a cross between something like Sea of Thieves,
Right.
but maybe with a little less character.
Right.
It could be a fun game. I feel like it does not put its best foot forward though with some of these screenshots.
Yes, I'm watching the trailer for it right now, and it just
Oh, there's a trailer? Okay, I'll
it
put that on. It's E
yeah,
for
it's
everyone.
it's got some janky frame rate, and it looks like somebody. No offense to anybody, but it looks like somebody took Roblox and kind of upgraded it somewhat, and then made a game within it. Like it obviously doesn't look as bad as Roblox, but it looks like it controls like it does Roblox, which is not good. So like here's an example. So like Minecraft, when you knock down a tree, it like breaks apart, turns into little, bricks, and you pick them up. This guy just knocked a tree down, and it just disappears. Like it does. There's no animation of it falling. It doesn't crumble. It just disappears. It was never there. Like $35 if you can't give me a tree falling down animation or some sort of indication that it was destroyed. It just disappears. That's jank.
Oof. Yeah, when they're showing the flying like wing thing, it looks
Right.
not very good.
Right.
Yeah, this is a little bit on the rough side.
Yes.
I think this is one of those. The price is not right.
No, absolutely not.
Oh man, you have
Absolutely
to
not.
look and pick up things individually.
Ugh.
Uh, you know what it's more like? Looking at it,
What's
Conan.
that? Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
It takes you this long to build something. Okay. I mean, it's decent. It seems like it's competent, but I don't think it's what I would call. I don't think this is something I'd want to play. I've seen enough. Yeah, it's like $43 Canadian, so
Yeah, that's ridiculous. There's no reason for it to be that much.
it also comes out the same day as like a Dragon Gaiden, The Man Who Erased His
Right,
Name.
which, let's be honest, out of the whole week of games, that is the prime candidate for game of the month, probably, I would argue.
I don't know how stacked November is. We'll have to check the list. We're getting close to
Yeah,
the end of the year and doing the thing, but yeah. Well, there's also Call of Duty,
right. From what I'm
Dungeons.
seeing, at
Yeah.
least as far as games in the Xbox store, which doesn't cover everything. Like there are games that we know would come out in November that still might not be in the store. But at least as far as the store goes, the only other thing in there I could see is being like a contender for game of the month for November would be Tactica, Persona 5 Tactica. And I don't know how good that's going to be.
Oh, whoops! It
Like,
it fit 2022 instead of 2023. I was trying to just check.
uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, like obviously Call of Duty, Modern Warfare, it's always going to make money. Like Call of
I
Duty is
don't
going to
want
be a
some.
big
I wanted the
deal.
whole complete list because there's stuff that isn't here. Show more. Okay.
Right. Yeah,
All
yeah.
right. Apparently, Alien Hominid Invasion came out today.
Oh, really?
Yeah, let's go see if we can see that. New games. There it is, Alien Hominid
Yep,
Invasion.
yep, there it is. Yep.
What is this? Yeah. Oh, it's a co-op one. Couch or online. That's very much appreciated. I like when both are included.
Right.
Like if you're gonna have one, you should be able to have the other.
Yeah,
Alien Hominid
absolutely.
wasn't this one born in Newgrounds too?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it looks pretty solid for what it is. Roller Coaster Tycoon Adventure Deluxe also apparently released today. And there it is. If you like Roller Coaster Tycoon and you want to play Roller Coaster Tycoon on console, there you go. It's out. The price is a little high for me, but if that's your thing, go nuts. True Virus. This looks awful.
Yeah.
It's a point and click adventure game. Point and click adventure games are one of those games that I find to be a little bit weird. The cover art I'm not a big fan of, and I think it actually looks worse than the rest of the game.
Right.
Wizard School Escape Room. All right, we're just gonna ignore that one. What else do we
Yeah.
have here? We talked about Smurfs too. My Time at Sandy Rock. What's this? Ah, there it is. That was supposed to be out tomorrow. Yes? Oh, maybe so. Yes, tomorrow. It says.
Okay.
My Time at Sandy Rock. Oh, it's the guys did My Time at Portia.
Oh, all right.
It's a wholesome post-apocalyptic 300 years after the day of calamity destroyed modern technology. It's a wholesome post-apocalypse as opposed to a not wholesome post-apocalypse. You got to know your difference.
Right.
I don't. If you like My Time at Portia, you're probably gonna like this one. I mean, it looks decent. The art style's good. The character models look good enough. There's a hyena with sunglasses, purple mane, and headphones on that you're fighting.
All right.
It at least looks cool. So, yep. RoboCop was tomorrow. The Smurfs was tomorrow. Talos Principle. Thirsty Suitors. Yeah, I saw this one somewhere. I didn't know when this was out. You might want to look at this one.
All right.
There it is. Thirsty Suitors. From Outer Loops Games, Thirsty Suitors is a stylish, spooky, story-driven adventure that unfolds through turn-based battles, skateboarding, and cooking. Help Jalen
Oh, I
confront.
remember seeing this one. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
coming to Game Pass if I'm not mistaken. But I love the fact that it's called Thirsty Suitors.
Right.
Somebody's thirsty. There's not a whole lot of info here, but yeah, this is coming to Game Pass, right? Just gotta check that out. Excuse me. Apparently, it's a very unique and joyful game, and I believe it is coming to Game Pass. I'm just double checking now. I'm pretty sure I saw it.
According to the Xbox Store, it's not even available.
Yeah, it is coming soon too. I did see it on the. It's coming
Okay.
soon. So apparently, it is out. Yeah, I know it's not on the. It doesn't have a release date, but according to this list I found, which seems to be accurate so far,
Right.
it is coming out tomorrow.
Interesting.
Ebenezer in the Invisible World. Surprise. That's the surprise pick of the week that just showed up
Yeah,
out of
totally.
nowhere. Has no reason being
Totally.
as
And
good as it is, but there it is.
it just looks good. It looks fun. Yes.
I love finding games like that. That's the best part about doing these, like going through everything. And just be like, what's this? And you find something that's like, this? This is the thing. You're just like,
Right.
yeah. The Invincible looks pretty good. Let's Sing 2024. Wait, what happened to Nickelodeon All Star Brawl? Why is there a sequel? Uh,
Wasn't that the one with like um no, that's not the one I'm thinking of.
there it is. There's the first one, but it says Nickelodeon All Star Brawl 2 is out. I just lost it on the list here. November 7th.
Hmm.
But why though?
Right? What, they closed the servers down for the first one?
I don't know. It's still here. It doesn't say anything. Someone's saying they want controller settings. And I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Um, let's see. Invincible. Let's sing RoboQuest 1.0. Where? Oh, it's in game preview on Game
Oh,
Pass.
okay.
I thought I'd heard of it before. It's a roguelite. It's an FPS roguelite, playable in solo, 2-player co-op, jump in. Okay, it's got play anywhere. It's online co-op only, cross-platform, PC, Xbox. Crossplay. That's sick. I gotta be honest here. This
Yeah.
list, a lot of the stuff is like we talked about, and it's kind of front loaded for November.
Right.
Though, I want to look at this one because it looks like there's a new Redwall game coming. And the last one was kind of cool.
I have not heard of that series.
It was a series of books, but there's
Oh,
also
okay.
there's also a show. It's like mice, and it's like medieval mice, and there's like an abbey, like warfare and stuff.
Weird.
It's
Wow.
weird, but it's kind of cool.
Okay. Okay.
It's probably not gonna show up. It's not on the store. Nope, not up. That's supposed to be later in the month anyway, but I wanted to see if it was up. Wanted to see what it looked like, but
Right.
wait, we're getting Rogue Trader on Xbox? I thought that was PC only.
Oh, speaking of, I'm sure you've probably already seen this. We're getting like that roller dome game too, or whatever that was called.
Oh, yes. I just saw that over on the other window.
Yeah.
It was here. I think it is called Roller Dome. Yeah, it's Roller Dome.
Yeah. Okay.
That was
Um.
like you skate around and that's like a combat arena.
Yeah, and yeah, it's kind of like super hot, but on rollerblades, and it's not all like wireframes and like polygons, but you're just going around an arena, and I think you have like one chance to kill everything or something, like you die in one shot or something like that, and you have to get style points, I think, and stuff like that. It looks fun. It looks stupid, but it looks fun.
Yeah, because I know Headbangers Rhythm Royale just launched. Oh, Jusant came out?
What came out?
Jusant. I know it's French, and I know I said it with an accent. Uh, Jusant.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Jusant.
Jean. Yeah.
It's Jusant. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just do it, but that's what it's. Jusant. But yeah, it's out apparently. I thought it was coming a little later. What is this War Tales game? Because I'm looking at PC Game Pass right now on the old Tate monitor.
Right.
War Tales. Is this another survival game? Looks like. All right. Did that have an Xbox version? War Tales. There it is. War Tales. Shiro game. Oh. Battle Brothers? Oh, he died too.
Oh
Fight
yeah.
to survive and tell his tales.
I just wanted to live long enough for the Brig skin to come out. Now I can die happy.
Now you die happy. He spent his money. He can simp.
That's right.
Huh. Their video? Okay, we'll put this on.
How's the wound?
Stop bleeding at least. But we're out of bandages.
Perfect. No bandages, no wine, and we're eating rats for the month.
What was it again? Easy contract, easy money, right?
Soon these will be distant memories. We'll be rich.
We're under attack!
That dude just took an arrow to the face.
We gotta go!
Okay. Oh. Like turn-based combat? I didn't expect that. Yeah, it's like a tactics game almost.
Interesting.
It's on Game Pass, and you can check it out if you want.
Yeah.
Dead Space also got added recently, and that game is
Yes. Phenomenal game for anybody listening that has not played it. 100% worth your time and money, whether you have Game Pass or not. Super good.
Neko's
Like,
Night Market also came out, apparently, is on Game Pass. Invites players to craft whimsical and eat foods. If you have something to say, you can go ahead. I was just saw this and I was like, whoa.
oh no, I was just gonna say, before I played Dead Space Remake, I thought that Resident Evil Remake, the original Resident Evil Remake, but assuming, before we get another one, um, was the gold standard on how to do a remake properly. And then Dead Space Remake came out, and honestly, I think at the very least, it's tied with Resident Evil Remake in terms of quality and in terms of
Resident Evil HD as it is referred to now.
Right.
At the time, yes, was an S tier remake.
Yes.
I think they could have done a little more to make it a little better when they re-released it again. Like it
Sure.
could really use 4K and
Right.
higher
right,
res
right.
backgrounds in
Yeah.
particular, and a randomizer mode. Hey
Randomizer
Capcom,
mode would definitely be nice.
hey Capcom, like if you want people to play your games forever and ever, and not trade them in or something, just add a fun mode like a randomizer mode.
Also,
Or otherwise, then
give
people
us,
won't have to mod your game.
Yes. Also, give us a Resident Evil trilogy collection from the original trilogy on modern platforms, all platforms, skipping
Also
no
include
one.
Dino Crisis.
Yeah, Dino Crisis would be a sweet little unlock if it wasn't unlocked from the beginning. Like if you beat all three, you get Dino Crisis. Like okay,
Also,
I'll do it. And you know what?
and the
Re-release
big
Haunting Ground too. God damn it.
yeah, Haunting Ground, Clock Tower, come on, just all of them.
Yes.
Bring it back.
All of them.
And
All of 'em.
Onimusha Genma, or Genma Onimusha,
Yes.
because
Yes.
I am completely flabbergasted that doesn't even have a mode in the new one that they released not that long ago
Right.
for Warlords. I'm like, wow. And then you ignore 2, 3, and 4 for
Right.
being maybe a little bit of the bastard child. I get it, but 3 has Jean Reno in it.
Right. Exactly.
It's
The
like,
professional himself.
yeah, absolutely crazy.
Yes.
Absolutely crazy.
Absolutely crazy.
Yes. Curious Girl has arrived at a new home on a struggling Japanese-inspired island. Mount Fugu. And the cat. Cool. Interesting. Is there a video for this? Yes, there is. Okay. Put that on for people to look at. This is Midako's Night Market. It's just got added to Game Pass.
Many years
Nice.
ago, at the top of Mount Fugu, the cat god, Miko, appeared from a sakura flower floating in a nearby river. Miko would visit the farms in our village, granting each one good fortune and prosperity in turn. But some in the village became impatient for their own blessings, and in a fit of jealousy, they drove Miko away, banishing him from the land.
Momotaro?
Many years passed, and our village worked hard to create our own success. The story of Nico drifted from memory. Yet there are some who still believe in the power of magic and myth,
Magic. Cat power.
and others drawn to our village whose intentions may not be so pure.
Oh. Men in Black.
Does Nico truly exist?
boy.
Could this legend
another game?
possibly be real?
No, it's like in
All
the
we
in the
can
thing. There's like
do
Men
is
in Black
hope
in this
for
game.
our
It looks
village,
interesting.
Oh.
People
Actually.
and our beloved night market might depend on it.
I mean, it looks pretty fun. It's on Game Pass, so we should try it.
Gotcha.
I always love
Yeah.
looking at the weird little Game Pass games. Sometimes you find some like real treasures.
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, there's quite a few games this year and last year both where I don't know if I ever would have gave them a shot if it wasn't for Game Pass, and I found some really awesome games in there.
If you have never played it, Toho Luna Nights it was on Game Pass at one point, is not anymore. But Toho Luna Nights is probably one of the craziest and most interesting spins I've ever seen on a Metroidvania.
I was gonna say it sounds super familiar. I feel like I've seen that.
Yeah. It basically, because a lot of Toho games are just like shoot 'em ups. They have a ton of
Right.
just like probably a couple hundred shoot 'em ups in Toho universe, but it combines some ideas from shoot 'em up games like the Graze mechanic, where you barely get by without getting hit, and it heals you instead of hurting you. Like you just
Right.
you like skim by it. So like it has this risk reward kind of factor, and you can like stop time and use whatever powers you want. You throw knives.
Oh, I have seen this. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
It is 100% a sick game. Is Teachers in the Wonder Labyrinth still on Game Pass? It's their other game. It's not as good, in my opinion, because it's not bad, but I just found it to be not as enjoyable as Toho.
Right.
Because Toho is just
Right.
you get to be a knife throwing maid that can control time. Like, come on, let's
Yes.
be real here. There's
That
like
sounds like your power fantasy.
just
right
love
there.
it. Just love it.
Yes.
It was one of those games like I've never played a Toho game ever, and I just hit random one day and it's like this is what came up. I'm like, all right, whatever, I'll play it. And I play it. I was like, this is so good.
Right.
And I'm like, come on. I believe it is Team Ladybug. I want to see whatever Team Ladybug's doing next. They did announce it, but what they usually do is they'll put their game out on Steam, early access, go through like that part, and then when they get it finished, before they do the extra content, like the bonus after credit stuff, they release it
Right.
on consoles. Then that's just
Huh.
their way of doing things.
Right. Right.
And I just hope it comes to Xbox because they didn't get a weird pros. It's just crazy to see a doujinshi game come to be on Game Pass. It's like
Right.
whatever can be here. If it's a good game, we have it. Even if it's a subjective game, you can have it.
Right.
I feel like there's a couple games that are on Game Pass that are, I don't say borderline, but they're more niche.
Sure.
But you kind of need just like whatever kind of content for people
Right.
to try out. If I had the point where stuff's lacking, it's probably in the JRPG category.
Sure.
It is sad that we lost Persona 5 on Game Pass,
Yes.
but
Yes.
I mean, you can buy it.
But we're getting Persona 3 Reloaded, and then we're getting that other one that's like Persona, but it's not Persona. That they just
Oh,
announced.
Mephisto or
Yeah, yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
I can't
yeah,
remember what it's
that
called. Yeah, I don't know if that one was going to be the Game Pass day one, but I know
I think they said it was. I'm pretty sure.
I know for sure.
Um,
Persona 3 Reload is
Yeah, yeah.
that one. We have 100% confirmation on,
Yes.
but Don't know about the other one, the new one, the spin-off, or we're making something that isn't
Right.
Persona this time.
Right.
What? Yeah. Sega's kind of been killing it lately, so
Yeah, absolutely.
even if
This is honestly, it's been a banger year.
yeah. Oh yeah, 2023 has been just so good for like everybody.
It's been very good. Yeah.
If you like video games, if you don't like video games, I'm sorry. I don't know why you're here.
Right.
Why
Right.
are you here listening to us talk about video games? So you can be
Right.
like, this is what video games are. They appeal to the male fantasy. If you're one of those people, just please
Yes.
go find
Yes.
happiness somewhere. Read a book. Watch a movie. Watch some anime. It's good anime out there.
Yes.
I get tired of people being like, oh, this is why I don't play video games because I don't like this. Like, just play games that don't have that.
Right.
But we can't have female empowerment without sexualizing them. Can't have male empowerment without sexualizing them either. How many
Right.
dudes are like just buff guys?
Right. Exactly.
Bearded dudes, topless dudes,
Right.
dudes that are like impossibly built, dudes with like perfectly chiseled faces,
Yep.
like
Yep.
hair that never gets messed up. It's like absolutely perfect.
Right.
It just happens,
I think
guys.
I think Ethan is the last time we've seen a male hero who's not a stereotype. And let's ask anybody, most people, how they feel about Ethan. It's not positive.
Well, you never see his face until they did the third person mode, but like, did it
Right.
really matter?
No.
I didn't hate Ethan, but
I I was not crazy about the whole Ethan family in general, but it's
the
because I'm a
Winters.
Resident Evil purist. Yes, like if it's not somebody that's from like the classic series or that feels like they could have been, um, it just does nothing for me. Like
The
The
way they
Winters
tried to
family
like
just
shoehorn
yeah.
Resident Evil 8 to be part of Resident Evil was
Yes.
dumb. Uh,
Yes.
I know they tried it a little bit in 7, but it wasn't nearly as bad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
7 was kind of its own thing the whole way through. I still
Right.
think 7's a very good game, but whether you like Ethan or not shouldn't really affect if you enjoy the game or not. I appreciated how
Oh
he
yeah,
was
sure.
like realistic about stuff. Like something would happen and he'd be like, "Oh fuck."
Right. Right.
I actually like the cameraman you play in the nightmare mode a little better. When I
Yeah.
get out of here, we're gonna burn down this house, and I'm like, that's a perfectly reasonable response. For
Right.
what you've been through, sir, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yes. Exactly.
Like in the
Exactly.
basement, you're getting beat the fuck out of. You've been like tortured. Like, yeah, okay, I get it.
Absolutely.
I feel like Resident Evil 8 in particular kind of went off the rails with the Ethan mythos kind of
Sure.
thing, and
Sure.
his story being done, I'm like, is better for everyone,
Right.
and we don't have to worry about him coming back again.
Yeah, let's hope so.
This is best.
Although to be fair, about 7 and 8, the Resident Evil characters that we did get in them, I was also not crazy about. Chris, I think, is the most overrated Resident Evil character that exists.
Chris is
Um,
fine, but he's not a character I
he
would
just
describe as like great.
he's so fucking boring and cliche to me. I just like
If he's
I
not
liked
punching
him in 5.
boulders and drinking himself into a stupor, what is
Right.
Chris?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
like
Exactly.
Chris is like so little like character development in my opinion
Yes.
outside of like 2 games, and in both games
Right.
he is absolutely over the top one way or the other. So
Right.
buff that he's punching literal boulders,
Right.
and so down on himself for failing that he's just become a complete alcoholic.
Right.
So, like I don't really feel one way or the other for him.
Right.
I mean, we're talking about. I still think it's weird that we don't have more Rebecca.
Yes.
It was like, oh, we're just gonna, no one cares about Rebecca. It's like you had like an interesting character there, you just drop her, and then the way they treated Barry in
Right.
Revelations 2,
Right.
I absolutely hate
Yeah. Yeah.
Revelations 2. By the way,
I get it.
it starts off good,
Yeah.
and then you go to Barry, and it's like I have to cart around this little girl, and I have to switch to her so I can point at things so I can shoot them as Barry. What?
Right. Yeah.
Or you play with someone playing little girl on the second controller to point at things so you can shoot them.
Right.
Why was this supposed to be engaging gameplay? Like it. Why have a co-op mode and a second character? For
Right.
if all you're gonna do is resort them to be like a lesser version of the main character.
Right. Yeah.
It's so weird to me.
It's very weird.
Okay, there was nothing else super interesting on the list that I had for games. Anything else you want to talk about before we head off into the ether for another week?
I don't think so. I think we about covered it.
We covered like everything we wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think. I know people are still complaining about the Sony disk drive thing needing
Yes.
internet, which I still
Yes.
think is dumb. I
It
think
is
it's
very
dumb
dumb.
because I just want people to be able to repair their consoles easier. And
Yes.
like having a removable device. Because I said it the other week, it's like, what if your console breaks and your buddy's like, oh, I'm not using mine. You can use mine, but I don't have a disk drive. And you put the disk drive on. It's like, well, you can't use this because this is paired with another console. Please go into the other console and de-pair this too.
Right.
Oh, my other console doesn't work. I can't do this anymore. Like, I don't know
Right.
how it actually works, but that's how we assume it would work. 'Cause it has to pair it.
Right.
Can you
Yeah.
unpair it? Can you pair it? Can you move it? What if you have more than one console and for whatever reason in your house and you only need one disk drive because you play just your kid plays Fortnite on the one or whatever and your wife has people over and you want to be like, yeah, I don't want to hang out with her friends. I'll go play in the kids' room.
Right.
Take the disk drive off. No, you got to take the whole console with you because reasons. I don't
Right.
understand this.
Yes, absolutely.
So if you're gonna have replaceable drives, it should just be plug and play.
Yeah,
Done.
absolutely.
Do your DRM shit on
100%.
the disc.
Yes.
The amount of people who will pirate stuff off of the drive rather than like pay for stuff is probably negligible anyway.
Right.
I don't think it's worth making it a lesser experience for your paying customers to inconvenience the non-paying customers who will eventually find a way around it.
Absolutely.
What? There was one other PlayStation thing besides the Bungie. Yeah, they're doing. There's layoffs also coming for Insomniac, which I thought was weird.
Oh, that's super weird.
Yeah, I thought they'd be safe
Right.
because like Spider-Man was well received and it sold really well.
Yeah.
Fire
despite the
Sprite,
fact
that was the
it's
other one.
buggy.
Yes. Fire Sprite, PlayStation Studio Fire Sprite. Sorry, Fire Sprite is going through a crisis. The founder abandoned the studio because it caused all the projects to go to development hell.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a mess.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
I do hate to see it because, like, honestly, I want everyone to compete, and
Right.
it's just we're not getting that right now. All we're
No.
getting is like, oh, we're tightening our belts.
Right.
I feel like in gaming in general, multiplayer games are like to get people to come back to your console, but people want to play single player games more often.
Right.
It's like, oh yeah, people will come and play the Fortnite, but people want to play the single player stories.
Right.
Wait, what? Hold on. Something got announced while we were going. Apparently, breaking. We've heard from sources involved that Sonic Dream Team will likely remain an Apple Arcade exclusive because its production was involved. Okay, but I want to know more about this Dream Team. I didn't hear about this. Did you hear about this?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know how big of a Sonic fan you are, but
Uh, like I don't dislike Sonic or anything, but it's not something that I'm like a new Sonic game. Woo! I'm just kind of like, it's all right.
okay, it's an Apple Arcade action platformer
Okay, interesting.
launching on the 5th for $7. No, $7 a month. But it's just in their game plan. So 6 playable characters. Okay. We don't have much about it. There's just 6 playable characters. Don't know how much is on its own, but apparently it has a trailer, so we can put that on. I'll just read my lappy twice, and I can put that on for a second. I hate. Well, I'm okay. Hate is a strong word, but mobile games are never my forte.
Yeah, same, same.
I mean, it looks like Sonic. It looks a little flat, actually. I'm looking at it.
Yeah,
Motion. Weird.
very weird.
Like, maybe it'd be good. Maybe it won't be. Who knows?
Yeah, yeah.
I just, it's hard to say just by looking at a trailer.
Absolutely.
But being on an Apple Arcade only is maybe gonna hurt it. But a lot of people
Oh
have
yeah.
it.
Right.
Yeah, people are mad that it's gonna be Apple phone exclusive. You heard about the
It does.
bullshit with iPhones though, right? And old apps.
Yes. Yes.
For people that don't know, you have to update your app, or it will get removed from the store.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
I'm just like, but why? If it still works, then why does it need to be updated? Like, could
Yeah,
you
right.
imagine having just like some of the simplest things you could have as like a phone app? Like I have a
Right.
dictionary. If it still works on the new phone, do I need the dictionary to be updated if it's got the
Right.
database it needs?
Right.
No.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
get it. It doesn't need to call it to the internet.
Well, hell, imagine if games worked like that. Like if you didn't have it installed and if you didn't update it before a certain day, it just like disappeared from your library for good.
Oh, Ubisoft was trying to pull that shit. If you didn't
Right?
log in for like, I think it was like every year on your
Yeah.
account, they'll
Yeah,
like
yeah.
take away all your
Yeah.
shit. And I'm just like,
Yeah.
I don't really want to give you any money, douche.
Yeah, absolutely.
So weird.
Very weird.
But I think, unless you have something else you want to just shock about quickly, I think we're done. We can go to the bathroom.
I think we're good, man. I think it was a informative good episode.
Yeah, we'll probably have you back again. I don't know when or what's gonna happen, but that we can figure something out. Because it was a good
Yes.
talk, regardless.
It was a great talk. Yes, I appreciate being allowed to jump in, and it was fun getting to do that. I don't ever get to do anything crazy like this, so this was fun for me. Um, I hope I come back someday. If not, it was fun
I'm sure
to
you'll come
do.
back someday. I don't know, like,
Yeah,
'cause
it
I
was
don't know
really
what's gonna
fun.
happen with Justin when he goes back to school, what his schedule's gonna
Oh,
be.
right. Right.
So,
Yeah, yeah.
um, there has been I've been leaving the thing open because I'm like I don't want to be like, oh no, you don't want to be on the show anymore if you don't want to. Just if you want,
Right, yeah, yeah.
I'm more or less just you go back to school. I get it, and it's gonna be busy for you. You don't have to make time for the
Yes.
show, or you can find someone else. It's not a big deal. I feel
Right.
like that is totally doable, and I realized I was still in the spooky background.
Yes,
Whoops.
totally understand that.
So yeah, we can talk it over with him when we get a
Oh,
better.
yeah. Yeah,
'Cause he said
absolutely.
January he was starting, so
Oh,
I
okay, not
I
too
was
far
never
away.
against having other people on the show. Just more that um managing lots of things could be a issue,
Sure, sure. Absolutely.
and then technical aspects. But today was just a technical clusterfuck.
Yes, 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 absolutely. Well, either way, like I said, I appreciate it. It was fun. Glad I got to do it. I think it was a good talk,
When
and
I finally get through to play all the way through, when I finally buy and play through Alan Wake 2, we'll probably have to have a
oh
proper
yeah,
one.
that'd be great.
Or
Yeah,
whenever
me,
there's a
you, and
new
Justin
Resident
could
Evil
all
thing that gets
discuss it. Yeah.
announced.
Oh, absolutely, totally, 100%. I'm all about that. Mega Man, Resident Evil, like, yeah, absolutely. Final Fantasy. So
Yo, Capcom, don't forget about Viewful
yeah,
Joe.
yeah, that's right. That's
I
right.
never got to play Viewful Joe, but I've seen it and I'm like, this looks so cool.
Dude, Beautiful
Why
Joe was
can't I
so
just
fun.
play this
It's
without
so fun.
spending so much money on it?
It's so much fun too. I just don't know why it'd be so easy to port those to everything. Like,
Yep,
oh, it's so good.
that's why we're here. We want games to be more places. We want to talk about games.
That's right. Absolutely.
Okay, I'm gonna actually turn it off now and then go to the bathroom.
All right. All right. Well, everyone have a good rest of your week, and we'll talk later.
Yep, see you later.
All
Nothing.
right, later.